Oh, there we go. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Aquaman here. Welcome back to each and every one of you. Of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit the like button. Also, click the link in the description down below. I think you've heard me say this enough times now to know that it is always better when it's live. Without a doubt. Whatever. I was busy doing something and I completely fucking forgot. Pretty sure I'm still forgetting certain things that needs to be done. Anyways, I hope that you guys are well. It is the start of the week, of course. What's the day today? It's Tuesday. It is 12 o'clock in the afternoon in South Africa. So we started an hour later because I kind of had a couple of things that I needed to take care of. So I do apologize to everyone for being a little late, but, you know, better late than never, I think. I'm definitely missing something. Fuck me. Wait. Alright. I knew I fucking forgot this. Oh, damn it. Okay, wait, what's the last video that I uploaded? I uploaded number 144. I need to upload number 145. Export this one to YouTube. And then get this one ready. Yeah, we'll do that. That should work. Schedule this for... actually, yeah, fuck it. We'll schedule it for today. It's not 2 o'clock yet. For some reason, it feels like it's afternoon already. Even though it's not afternoon yet, it feels afternoon. Lunari, how you doing? Good afternoon to you. How you doing? Although you're in the US, right? Which means it's morning for you. Like, probably very early morning. Or are you Europe? I don't think I've ever actually asked, Lunari. Did you watch the LEC this weekend, though? Like, tell me you saw it. I know you like League of Legends. I mean, your name suggests that you like League of Legends. Fuck. I wish I had more people in stream that actually watch it. Oh, you're from Austria, which means... I think you guys are on the same timeline as I am right now, like in the same time zone, right? Because it's 12 p.m. here. I was way too busy though, studying and shit. Oh my god, no. There's no way I would be too busy for this weekend. This is like the most important weekend ever. Well, actually of the year, right? Not ever. Like, fuck ever. But it is the most important weekend of the year for League of Legends. There's no way you could be too busy for it. Plus, Fnatic played out of their fucking minds, bro. It is, this weekend coming up is going to be one of the most interesting weekends ever. Once World starts. See, the thing for me is, I do like Worlds. And obviously I'm going to be watching Worlds, right? Because it's Worlds. But this is what I need to watch because I need to know whether to get myself ready for massive disappointment at Worlds or should I have hope. Right now, I will say the way that Fnatic played and the way that G2 played, I think there's hope. Like, Fnatic looked destructive. They absolutely wasted Misfits on Friday. It was not even close. I mean, it was a 3-0 victory for Fnatic, and the only times Misfits even looked like they could probably take a game, or like maybe they could win, was when Fnatic sort of trolled. So Fnatic would just take unnecessary fights, sort of lose their minds a little, but then immediately pull it back and just start destroying Misfits again. And then on Sunday against Mad Lions, the same thing. It didn't look like Mad Lions had an answer to what Fnatic was doing. Like, Mad Lions looked so out of their depth, trying to figure out what the fuck to do with Razork, because Razork is my boy, and he was playing out of his mind. this weekend, like, Razor just, oh my god. I was so proud to be a fucking Razor supporter this weekend. It was nuts. It was absolutely crazy. So yeah, I've been incredibly hyped about League of Legends. My brothers are Fnatic fans. I'm more G2, so we might burn the house down. We'll see. I don't mind G2. I'm a fan of G2, but the problem for me with G2 is that there's such a, like, everyone expects G2 to win, right? And everyone loves G2 already, and it's sort of like G2 has that entire, like, aura of we can't be beat sort of mentality. And I tend to choose my teams based on singular players. So I almost never choose a team to support just, like, based on the whole team. It's always down to singular players. So Misfits, for example, I supported Misfits because of VTO, and then eventually because of Irrelevant. Irrelevant in the top lane, massive rookie, but such a great future ahead of him. That's why I chose Misfits as one of my teams. Razork, I chose Misfits originally because of Razork last year. I saw Razork jungle, and I was just like, oh yeah, boy, this guy is going to be the #1 jungler in Europe before long. And he's proving it. He's proving that he is the best jungler in Europe. So, I'm sorry. I really want Fnatic to beat the shit out of G2 in the coming weekend. Because this weekend is finals weekend. So this weekend on Saturday, we get Fnatic playing Rogue to see who gets their spot on Sunday in the final. Do you actively play League still? Not on stream, that's for sure. No, well, actively play not the way that most people play. So I do bot games. I love my fucking bot games. But the only reason I do bot games is basically to test my farming. So it's the thing that I like most. So I go into a bot game. I make all of the enemy bots intermediate. Then all of my bots I make beginner. Because I don't give a fuck whether... I don't finish the games. I just basically go with, like, literally all the champions. And I want to see how good I can farm. Hoppo, how you doing, bro? I want to see how good I can farm. So I basically try to see, after 10 minutes, how many minions do I have. And sometimes I'll finish the game. Like, if I'm having a particularly fun game or a good game, I might finish it. Otherwise, I just see how much I can farm, and then I'm done, right? As for, like, the physical playing thing, I don't like League. I don't like playing League. Let's put it that way. Springbok, how you doing, brother? Aragast, how you doing, bro? Hey, happy to have you here, fucker. Happy to have all of you here. I know we started a little bit late today. An hour after what we usually start. But I had shit to do. So, sadly, the schedule that I set up yesterday... I still had YouTube videos that I had to make today because the schedule wasn't perfect because I made it yesterday and the schedule needs to look a little bit different. But from next week, hopefully the schedule will be a bit different. So from next week, the hope is that the schedule, we stream on Mondays. Propose a messing up of your schedule. What do you mean? How do you want to mess up my schedule, Aragast? So the actual schedule, the way that it's going to be in its final form is Monday stream day, as well as the Q&A on YouTube, plus then the podcast, right? And then we have off day Tuesday for YouTube videos, Wednesday stream day, off day on Thursday for YouTube videos, and then Friday stream day, and then Saturday off day for YouTube videos. That's the perfect schedule. But it didn't work out this week because yesterday I was setting up the schedule and fucking doing a lot of editing and shit like that. So, yeah, but I sort of screwed up my own schedule, I guess you could say. But we should be into the schedule from next week. You got them right. Now I have to go to tonight's Japanese class. Wait, why do you have to go to the Japanese class, Hoppo? Oh, Aragast. Guild Wars 2? You can expect Guild Wars 2 at some point. I don't want to say too much. because I don't want to make promises on behalf of other people. But Rurikon wants to play Guild Wars 2, and he asked me if I would like to play it with him. So we might do some mornings of streaming Guild Wars 2. So I'd probably start the stream a lot earlier on those days, and then we'll play some Guild Wars 2 with Rurikon. So it is coming. I don't wanna give you like a date until Rurikon sets a date, because otherwise I'm gonna tell you next week, and then Rurikon's like, oh my god, I can't next week, I'm fucking busy. It's like, oh shit, but I told all of my viewers that we're gonna be doing it next week. So yeah, just know that it is something that I've already been dragged into. So it is going to happen regardless, right? I have a universe to draw out, and it will be in manga form. That is the plan anyway. Can't you just do English manga? Like, do you have to do Japanese manga? Although, I'm not gonna lie to you, it seems like a fuck ton of work to write a universe in a language that is foreign to you. And I mean, it's not even that it's foreign, it's more a case of, I don't know how good a universe will be when you're trying to write that universe in a second or third language that you're only now learning. For that, I would absolutely propose that you write the entire thing in English and then maybe give it to a translator to translate into Japanese. I wouldn't write the universe in Japanese. It's like what I do with any stories that I write. I write them in Afrikaans, or I used to do this, but I've spoken enough English now to the point where I think in English for a lot of the time. So, you know, in English and in Ninja, if it's pointless, write it in English, throw a copper to your translator, and voila. Yeah, I would argue best to do it in the language that you are most familiar with. Because being Chris, how you doing, brother? Being creative, writing creative stories, it's more difficult than what people think. It's not just the case of, oh yeah, I'm just going to write a bunch of shit. You have to decide what do you want to free your mind up for. And if you're going to focus on writing in Japanese whilst also trying to create a universe, your brain is going to allocate resources to writing in Japanese rather than just fucking focusing on making a cool story. So yeah, I would say I love the fucking commitment, but it might be easier on you to just do it in English and get a translator. Plus, the translator could help you, because it's gonna help you with Japanese. If you see how they translate from English to Japanese, it's, you know, obviously it's gonna be a learning experience, right? CDJ, you motherfucker. That is 36 months, part of the DJ Nation, bro. Really appreciate you. How you doing, CDJ? Yeah, I wouldn't attack. No, you can obviously learn Japanese, dude. Don't let me stand in your fucking way of that. It's always good to learn new languages and stuff. Says the guy that literally only knows two. But I still, like, I wouldn't do the story in that. Alderson, how you doing, bro? Not bad to hear things. You having a good day? Yeah, I can't complain. I edited a couple of videos. Wasted a little bit of time. I'm not gonna lie, I did waste a little bit of time. Because this morning, after I got home from the gym, I was tired as fuck because I haven't slept well. So I sat and I just watched an episode of Arrow before getting to work. So really, the fact that I'm an hour late with stream is my own fault. I could say that, yes, I was editing videos, and yes, I was editing videos, but I was also watching the Arrow earlier this morning when I should have been fucking editing. So I do apologize for the hour that I'm late. A third language will also give me leverage and employment as well. I don't know if Japanese would give me leverage of employment anywhere in South Africa, though. I think it depends where you are, Hopu, because, like, if I went to any company in South Africa and I went, yeah, I speak English, Afrikaans, and Japanese, literally every company in South Africa would be like, cool. No one would fucking bat an eyelid. No one would give a shit. They would be like, oh, okay. I guess you could speak Japanese to yourself if that's what you really want to do. Now tell us about this English that you can speak. So, yeah, I don't think Japanese would matter here. Would Japanese matter in Vietnam? Some small drama in WoW. Blizz forcing Lev 20 trial account charge to queue for BGs in XP off Twink BGs. Salt from level 20 Twinks is unreal as they get nuked by level 29 Twinks. Oh, shit. Wait, I don't understand. Cheese Pizza, how you doing, brother? Most popular world languages: Mandarin, English, Spanish, French, and German. Yeah, but I would argue English is... So, most popular being Mandarin is simply because there is so many fucking people living in China. Right? That's probably why. But I would argue English is the most popular, but also the most widely used language in the world. Because it doesn't matter where you live in the world, if you want to do business internationally, you basically be able to speak English or have a very good translator that can help you do business. Because it is the business language of the world. So I would actually put English before Mandarin in that regard. Because Mandarin is only popular because there's like, what? How many billions of people live in China? That's the only reason Mandarin is that fucking popular. If you remove China from the equation, then how many people worldwide speak Mandarin? Ranking anyway, there is a massive Chinese diaspora. Mandarin is spoken in a lot of Chinatowns the world over, Southeast Asia, etc. It's still Chinese people though, right? Like, I wasn't just referring to the Chinese homeland. I was saying if you remove the Chinese, if you remove China, right, then Mandarin falls down because it's not really a world language. It's a language that is spoken very, like, specifically in one place in the world and people from that one place in the world. Whereas English is more widely adopted. Although I wonder, would English be more widely adopted? If you're counting the number of countries, it would probably be French, maybe. Because there's a shit ton of African nations that speak French as well. Although then again, it's only France that speaks French in the whole of Europe. So maybe French wouldn't be that widely. Probably still English. A competitive business though. They're the new corporate overlords. It's only if you want to fucking do business with them though. Like, again, you're not going to phone up some European company and be like, hey, I want to do business with you. And then they go, do you speak Chinese? They're not going to give a fuck, right? Spanish is major in South America, French and German in Africa. I don't know if much German in Africa. I do know there's quite a bit of German in Namibia, which is just next door to us. I don't know how much other, like, how many other countries in Africa actually does German. Novak, how you doing, brother? Get your corp skills, V. Oh yeah, corporate V. Oh my god, have you seen the hype around around the next big update for CD Projekt Red's Cyberpunk 2077? Like, apparently there's a big update coming soon, and in that update they're releasing new Edge Runner content, which is fucking hype, bro. Because the one part of Cyberpunk that really let me down is the Edge Runner thing. Like, the whole Edge Runner side of the story really didn't offer that much. So I'm really looking forward to that. I have to say, I don't hate the American. They brought a lot of changes to my lands, though some are just flat out bad. I think, to be fair, I don't think it's fair to look at any country as a singular thing, right? Because it's easy to look at Americans and say, like, yeah, I hate Americans. But usually people say that because they maybe make one stupid American, or they saw a TV show with like one fucking American that said something that they didn't like. But okay, so a friend of mine, right, moved from South Africa to America. And for him, the shock was actually incredibly real. I remember speaking to him like after he got there. He was there for about 8-9 months when we spoke. And he was like, dude, it's unreal. So let's take a common myth around America, that they're very fat, right? It's a very fat country with a lot of fat people. And he was like, actually, no. Most of the people in America isn't fat. You walk in the street and most people is very normal. The only, like, the difference is their fat people are really fat. So when you do see fat people in America, they're like proper fucking obese, chunky monkeys, right? Whereas in other countries, you'll see a fat guy, maybe he's got a bit of a belly, but not really that fat, right? Whereas in America, if you're fat, you're fucking really fat. But yeah, so that was a shock to him, because in South Africa, you hear all these stories about how fucking overweight Americans are and how fat they are. So you kind of have this image that you're going to be walking down the street and you're going to encounter every second person is like a fat fuck that just that waddles instead of walks. And he was like, dude, no. It's like, everyone's normal. You just, every once in a while, you get a fat guy. You're like, well, that guy's really fat. So yeah, that's like, it's dangerous to play off of stereotypes, because you can very easily fall into the trap of thinking all Americans is one thing, when in reality, most Americans isn't that one thing. It's just you happen to only see the stupidest bits on TV. Yeah, but I think that's an Asian thing. Natora, how you doing? Cortex, how you doing, brother? That is sort of an Asian thing. Asians, on average, tend to be very small. Although I would not use the word petite for Asian people. Like, petite is kind of like a feminine word. So I think use the word small, unless you're talking about girls specifically, in which case petite is fine. The disco option, how you doing, bro? I've been spending way too much time on my island sanctuary in FF, and I don't want to do anything else anymore. I need help. Dude, how much shit can you do on that fucking island? Like, I have seen what people do on the island. It's just farming stuff. Like, how many years do you need there? Yeah, or you could say small, like Zara just said there, right? But that's also for girls. Again, you're not going to use the word small, as in SMOL, for guys, are you? I guess a girl could use the word small for a guy. Although, would that be an insult? Because if a guy says that about a girl, that's usually a good thing. If a girl says that about a guy, that's very much a bad thing, right? Mate, the fan from Hal, how you doing, brother? Hey, happy to have you here, bro. How's school going? 5'5" to 5'10", average male height in Southeast Asia. I would say that's a massive disparity, no? Gunrock, how you doing, bro? Small and cute, it is a good thing. For girls, yes. It's again sort of the thing, do you call a guy cute? Is it an actual compliment when a girl tells you you're cute? Also, we should talk about the definition of cute, because cute, as far as I'm concerned, means ugly but fuckable. So I don't even know if you should call a girl cute. Yeah, cute, at least here, cute does not mean that. Cute means ugly but fuckable. I'm happy with my average touch height of 183.5 or 6 feet tall. Yeah. I mean, I'm 6'1", so I don't mind either. But yeah, South Africans is also, I think, on the shorter side in general. I don't know, I'm ugly as fuck. Hey, welcome, bro. We're happy to have you. How you doing, brother? Cute means good looking, beautiful, and decently balanced. Hopefully that is not what cute means, bro. Cute is when someone's adorable and or a sweet person, at least in my mind. if a girl tells you, oh my god, you're so cute, that is you just never getting into her pants. Like, you are allowed to die a little inside if a girl calls you cute. Especially if it's a girl that you have a crush on. Like, if you have a crush on a girl and you talk to her and she's like, oh my god, you're so cute. Fuck you, right? Yeah. How you doing? Oh, for sure, being adorable and a sweet person doesn't mean you're gonna get laid for sure. Yeah, definitely doesn't mean that. Clash of Culture, I love to speak this topic. I mean, it's sort of like whenever a girl tells you, like, the worst thing a girl can tell you in this world is when a girl tells you, you would make such a good boyfriend to some girl out there. Like, you would be such a good boyfriend. Dude, if she tells you that, it is okay to just sort of, you know, kill yourself. Because that's just death. Right there, that is how you know, fuck, god damn it, it's never happening. I'm never getting in here. Gilgamesh, how you doing, bro? Swatzer, how you doing? Nvidia, how you doing? Hey, I'm happy to have all of you here. It's interesting. Fucking hell, so many fucking faces. So many faces. What have you guys been up to? I think to us, if a girl calls us cute, it could be we are kind, we are decent, etc. No, girls call everyone cute. It's not something special. You make such a good boyfriend to some girl, but not for me. Aragast, exactly. Either crap, thanks for the what's up, dude. 5 months in a row, part of the DJ Nation. Really appreciate you, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Either crap, how you doing, bro? Stuck in depressionville for sure. Yep. That is when you get most depressed, right? Thromka, how you doing? Oh, and she say, yeah, that's exactly what it means, though, Aragast. Oh my god, you would make such a good boyfriend. It's like, but not for me. Like, that's just what she wants you to say, but she doesn't say it, right? She doesn't say it. She thinks that's the silent part of the sentence. You have to realize that is what the sentence means. And I wonder how many guys actually hear girls say that. Oh my god, you would make such a good boyfriend. Hears that and thinks, oh my god, I have a chance with this girl. She said it. A girl told me one day, I like you like a brother. I answered, let me be your Jamie Lannister. That did not work though. Niara, no. No, I don't think that would work. I'm not shocked. Because you've basically told her, hey, stepsister, what are you doing? You've basically said, hey, let's do some incest player. And that's not a kink that I think many people have. Dance the Hunter, how you doing, brother? Since my forays into Final Fantasy XIV, I'm trying out Monster Hunter World. So far, I'm loving it. Have you played yourself? Nvidia, no, I have not played that. That's not really my kind of game. It's very much just the, like, fight game. And I'm more story. Like, I couldn't give two fucks about the fighting. Into Wednesdays. Gilgamesh, I would disagree quite strongly with that argument, considering that I have 4 brothers. And I have never had any interest in engaging with any of them. In fact, I cannot think of anything more fucking gross than being engaged with a sibling. I have a stepsister, right? And I would throw up if I even, like, saw her naked. And she's not an ugly girl in any way, shape, or form. But even just being a stepsister is that's just weird, bro. If you're asking us what game you should be playing today, how about Space Marine? We could do Space Marine. I don't know yet if I'm asking you, though. Metal. Asking chat, like, important questions like that usually doesn't go fucking well for me. Because you guys usually bully me into things that I want to fucking do. Or something that I'm, like, upset with doing afterwards. So, I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready to put my trust in you when it comes to what game I should be playing next. But Space Marine is actually a good suggestion. I do not mind that as a suggestion. So I want to smash so bad he wouldn't care about having all of the wacky bucktooth. Aragast, what the fuck? This wacky bucktooth Habsburg chin offspring. The hell is that? It's inbreeding. What about that makes it inbreeding, though? Oh, royal inbred family? Okay. Okay, you still haven't played Mortuary Assistant. You love horror games, so why aren't you playing it? Thromka, I love horror games. Really? Since when? I did not know. The fuck? Okay, where does the Habsburg thing come from? What am I missing? What is Habsburg? We're Austrian royalty, infamous for inbred features. Ah. How the fuck did I not know this? I need to Google this now. I need to Google this. Habsburg, you say? Are these pictures going to be... is this going to be stream friendly? Rafa, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Oh, it's very old. It is very old. Whoo. Dude, are we sure this wasn't just like an artistic choice? Like maybe this wasn't... That guy had a chin and a fucking half on him, bro. He was basically all chin. This guy too, although he's a little bit nose and also a lot of chin. Coming from YouTube, you're helping me to improve my English. Rafa, I'm happy to hear that, bro. Welcome to the stream. Different people over generations. That's Quagmire. Dude, look at them lips. Look at them fucking lips, man. Oh, wait, let's see. You say a description. Are the Habsburgs still alive? The current head of the family is Karl von Habsburg. Wait, they still fucking live? A member of the House of Habsburg, she was married to Sigismund II Augustus, who was already crowned as King of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania, even though both of his parents were still alive and well. Elizabeth of Austria. House of Habsburg. They stopped inbreeding some time ago. But do you ever, like, just stopping that, would that even fucking help? The House of Habsburg, alternatively spelled Habsburg in English. The house takes its name from Habsburg Castle, a fortress built in the 1020s in present-day Switzerland by Ratbot of Kletko, who named his fortress Habsburg. His grandson, Otto II, was the first to take the fortress name as his own, adding Count of Habsburg to his title. In 1273, Count Ratbot's seventh generation descendant, Rudolf of Habsburg, was elected king of the Romans, taking advantage of the extinction of the Barbensbergs and of his victory over Ottokar II of Bohemia at the Battle of the Marchfield. He appointed his sons as Dukes of Austria and moved the family's power base to Vienna, where the Habsburg dynasty gained the name of House of Austria and ruled until 1918. Holy shit, that's very recent. The throne of the Holy Roman Empire was continuously occupied by the Habsburgs from 1440 until their extinction in the male line in 1740. And after the deaths of Francis I from 1765 until its dissolution in 1806. The household produced kings of Bohemia, Hungary, Croatia, Spain, Portugal, and Galicia, Lodomeria, with their respective colonies. Rulers of several... Name, don't care history. Do we care about the history in the 12th century after it became increasingly associated with the expanded their influence through arranged marriages and by gaining political privileges, especially courtship rights in Zurigua, Argo, and Turgo in the 13th century. But so they did actually, in the start, seem to marry outside of their respective family. Split in imperial elections, archdukes, reunification and expansion, Spanish and Austrian Habsburgs, Habsburg inbreeding and extinction of the male line. The Habsburgs sought to consolidate their power by frequent what the fuck is that word? Consanguineous marriages? What the hell does consanguineous means? I don't know what the fuck this means. A marriage between individuals who are closely related. Consanguine? Consanguine? I don't know how to pronounce that word. That is a weird word, but okay. Resulting in a cumulative deleterious effect on their gene pool. Health impairments due to inbreeding included epilepsy, insanity, and early death. A study of 3,000 family members over 16 generations by the University of Santiago de Compostela suggests inbreeding may have played a role in their extinction. Numerous members of the family showed specific facial deformities, and enlarged lower jaw with an extended chin, known as mandibular prognathism, or Habsburg jaw. Holy shit. Imagine having such a jaw that a condition is named after your fucking jaw. Like, that is some jaw. A large nose with a hump and a hanging tip. A Habsburg nose. And an everted lower lip. A Habsburg lip. The latter two are signs of maxillary deficiency. What the hell is okay, wait. What is this thing first? Prognathism, also called, okay, and then maxillary deficiency, or deficiency, is an underdevelopment of the bones of the upper jaw. It is associated with Crouzon syndrome, Angelman syndrome, as well as fetal alcohol syndrome. All right. A 2019 study found that the degree of mandibular prognathism in the Habsburg family shows a statistically significant correlation with the degree of inbreeding. A correlation between maxillary deficiency and degree of inbreeding was also present, but was not statistically significant. Other scientific studies, however, dispute the ideas of any linkage between fertility and consanguinity. The gene pool eventually became so small that the last of the Spanish line, Charles II, who was severely disabled from birth, perhaps by genetic disorders, possessed a genome comparable to that of a child born to a brother and sister, as did his father, probably because of remote inbreeding. The death of Charles II of Spain in 1700 led to the War of the Spanish Succession, and that of Emperor Charles VI in 1740 led to the War of Austrian Succession. In the former, the House of Bourbon won the conflict and put a final end to the Habsburg rule in Spain. The latter, however, was won by Maria Theresa and led to the succession of the House of Habsburg-Lorraine, becoming the new main branch of the dynasty in the person of Maria Theresa's son, Joseph II. This new house was created by the marriage between Maria Theresa of Habsburg. So I want to ask you, Pyromaniac, how you doing, brother? Who the fuck would agree to marry someone that looks like an incestuous child? Because these people do not look good, right? They're pretty fucking ugly. Why would anyone submit their children to a marriage like this? Gotta do what you gotta do to gain political power? Yeah, but do parents not care about their kids at all? Like, I get you want power, but motherfucker, like, there must be a part of you that looks at this ugly fuck that's sitting across the room from you and looking at your daughter and going, you know, I don't want power that much. That's it. Alliance power? They probably wanted to roll the dice. Dude, there's no fucking rolling the dice with a chin like that. Like, even if you're not his sister, your child is getting that fucking chin. No amount of genes can kill that chin, bro. Did you see that fucking chin? That chin is undefeated, motherfucker. Undefeated. Look at that. Look at this fucking chin. Tell me how many fucking kids, like how many bloodlines it would take to work that chin out of your bloodline. It wouldn't be quick. Family crest is Lannister crest. They thought it's luck and not genetics. He is ugly, but he rules a quarter of Europe. I mean, yeah, it's the sort of thing where he's a 1. Like, you guys know the meme, right? He's a 10 or she's a 10, but she doesn't play video games. Well, he's a 1, but he does own half of Europe. Is it worth? I don't know, but probably also big fucking chin, right? Probably huge chin. She might have them with someone else. Aragast, I don't know if you would take the chance in those days to have kids with someone other than your husband. Because you could get into a lot of trouble, right? If your husband even suspects for a moment. Although I guess in those days it would have been far harder to detect. Because we didn't know shit about genes back then. So, you know, your kid is born with blonde hair and no one bats a fucking eyelid, even though your husband and you have dark brown or black hair. And no one bats a fucking eyelid that, hey, this is probably a little wrong. Just because, you know, they didn't know. They thought it was just by random, you know? Small and ugly, many of them were beyond mentally disabled. Yeah, well, you would expect that, right? When your fucking mother and your sister is the same person, you would probably expect that. Like, there would definitely be some level of fucked up going on. I just don't understand why anyone would do that. I'm so fucking sorry, but I can't imagine how you would marry and also have sex with a family member. Someone that you grew up with. Someone that is literally linked to you. And yet, to your mind, it's like, yep, I do this for power. That just seems so fucking weird to me. She'd be the favorite wife? And they could have concubines? Wait, could women have concubines too? I don't know. I know kings could have concubines, but could a queen have concubines? They usually could? Huh. I didn't know that. Must be a dangerous job though, right? Like, if you're the king's concubine, you're kind of set. I mean, you're the concubine of the king. But if you're a queen's concubine, if the king ever loses his mind or gets really jealous or angry, he could just kill you. And then you're dead, and it's not an issue because he's the fucking king, right? When the king kills you, it's not murder. It's state execution. No one goes to jail. You're just dead. I don't think I would be a queen's fucking concubine. Ever. That's why eunuchs are a thing in the East? What do you mean? The fact that you live is what turns the royals on. You're a survivor. It's like scars. Jesus. Or if he gets mad or is bored of you, he kicks you anyway. True. Or maybe he crowns him because fuck it, he's not defective and maybe it's yours or whatever. Queen concubine, way less tolerated. I would say probably less tolerated. Ah. Dude, you know, the Middle East did that exact thing. Like, one of the reasons there's so little evidence of slavery in the Middle East, even though the Middle East had far more slavery than the West ever had. Like, when the Americans first came to Africa, the slave trade was already set up. Like, the Middle East was already buying millions of slaves. But the one thing that the Middle East did that was just fucking horrendous, they cut off the dicks of every single slave. If you were a slave in the Middle East, you were not having babies. They were castrating you before you even started fucking working. Just to be sure, you know? To be sure. You could buy a new slave, but you're not gonna have that slave fucking sleep with your wife or some shit. It is just, you think of the evil crap that humans do to each other, and it is sometimes fucking astonishing. It really is sometimes just incredibly astonishing to think about, like, how do you do that to a fellow human being? If you're lucky, if you die, usually they just castrate you. Yep. Why do you think slaves are called slaves? Because they were acquired from Slavs. Male servants with no dicks. Those romantic relationships. It's a very 20th century thing. I know, but at the same time, I do question that. MMO, I do actually think that the original slaves were, like, at first, it was conquered European nations, right? Because slavery in Europe have been along or around much longer than Europe knew about Africa. So slavery would have been around long before that. The original Irish people, for example, you know, the Irish that came to America, they came to America as fucking slaves. Like, the Irish, the British weren't nice to the Irish, to be fair. The Irish were enslaved by the Brits as well as by the Americans until quite late. You know, so people were taking slaves wherever the fuck they could find them. Like, whenever you saw someone that wasn't from your country, there's a good chance that you were thinking to yourself, well, I've got a gun, he doesn't have a gun. Let's go, right? You're my new worker. No, but I don't want to work for you. Yeah, you don't have a choice. Come with me. It's like, oh, okay, I guess I'm coming with you, right? It is just human beings are just fucked up. Do you suppose the release of Wrath of the Lich King boost up their sub numbers by a large margin? I think so. I think so. I mean, I think there's a lot of people that will come back for Wrath of the Lich King. Let's Google Biddy. Basically, all that weren't Muslim were second-class citizens. Even fellow Vikings. Well, it used to be that whenever you conquered a nation, you would turn the women into concubines or prostitutes, and the men would become slaves. That was sort of that was sort of the rule. The unwritten rule was, we won, right? For the Vikings, it was a little bit different because they didn't often take slaves, but when they did, you know, we know at least of some occasions where they did, I should say. Digit, how you doing, brother? Decapitating the guy who helped him get on a horse. Motion as he hopped on a horse. But he would decapitate him just so that he couldn't tell anyone that he helped him get on a horse. Imagine the most dangerous job in the world. King Julian, how you doing, bro? Or how you doing? That is the most dangerous job in the world. If the king fucking points to you and goes, come, you're gonna help me quickly. That's where you fucking go, shit. You know, that's where you lose shit. Okay, I just saw one of the funniest fucking things ever. People are asking if Zuckerberg is a long-lost Habsburg, perhaps. The rulers were cruel, mad, and inbred too. Dude, all rulers were fucking crazy. Yeah, not that long lost. Dude, I'm sorry, but when you look at Zuckerberg, you do start to go, I can see why people think he might be a lizard person, right? Like, the dude does seem eerily unhuman. I was watching his interview or his podcast appearance on Joe Rogan. And you just look at the guy and he doesn't seem to have any human responses to things. He seems so out of touch with anything that's happening. It was quite a weird podcast to watch. One drowned like 27 wives because he suspected one was cheating. Who was that king? Was it King Richard of England that basically formed the Church of England because he wanted to divorce his wives because none of them were giving him a son? He just made up his own fucking religion because the original church didn't allow for him to get married. King Henry. Yeah. The church wouldn't allow him to get divorced, and so he just made his own fucking church. Because he's like, never mind, I'm starting my own religion, and in my religion, I can get divorced as much as I fucking want. Screw you, right? God will understand. That's crazy. Dude, what's so strange about that, when we look back now, right, with the information we have now, we're well aware of the fact that the reason he couldn't have a son is because it was his own fucking genes. Like, he was just not really predisposed to having a son. So it had nothing to do with the wives. But back then, it was like, of course it can't be the king's fault. It must be the wife's fault. And that poor wife, right, is probably doing all sorts of random shit, like spinning around just after having sex, or lying with her head above her legs above her head, because you have to lie in a certain position in order to ensure that it's a boy. Like, she was doing all this crap, right, to try and give him as a kid with a penis. And no one knew that, my king, it's your sperm, bro. Your balls are just not producing sons. That's just that we don't know what to tell you, right? It's just not happening. The poor woman there was just like, oh my god, it's my fault. Because back then she actually believed that she was fucking up, right? She was making some kind of mistake. Owning my own church with blackjack and hookers. Oh, I would love a church like that. That would be a good fucking church. Before that, we was married till death do us part. So hey, just kill the wife. Yeah, that's something that happened too. Just let her die of mysterious circumstances or whatever. Although, how mysterious, no one really knows, because it wasn't that mysterious. I don't know, where history is wild, man. History is fucking wild. The Byzantine. Well, I didn't actually say that he was the first to say fuck the Pope. That's another really interesting part of history. The whole Protestant fucking Catholic Church split. Dude, that led to so many wars. Like, Europe had wars before the Catholic Church split in two, basically. But once the Catholic Church split into two and you had the Protestants and the Catholics, holy shit. That was bloody as crap. Sometimes rulers legitimize their bastards. Sometimes the court legitimized the queen's bastard and pretended it's not a bastard because the king was a crazy madman, inbred moron. To be fair, the church kept supporting the French and the English hated them. In what regard? The equivalent of an angry tweet causing a war? Fun fact, the Habsburgs aren't allowed into politics in Austria. Why? Like, modern day Habsburgs aren't allowed into politics. Why not? Are they afraid that they'll take power again, or a royalty, probably, like most? Yeah, but I don't think they are royalty anymore. Didn't Austria sort of... Austria isn't a monarchy anymore, is it? Oh, I guess it could be. They've had enough of them? No. I'm pretty sure Austria... Wait, yeah. It's not a monarchy. It's a democracy. The only, like... Denmark is still a monarchy. Sweden has a king, I think. Sweden has a king. Does Norway have a king? Yeah, Norway has a king too. Although their kings aren't really that famous. In France, the Bourbon was not allowed to, since recently. My family actually has a castle in France. Although I should say on my mother's side of the family. There's a castle or a fort or something that well, it was called a castle at the time. But that was ours. My family gave it to the King of France as a birthday gift, I think. Before they came to South Africa. Denmark, Great Britain, Spain, Netherlands are kingdoms. Yeah, but the only kingdom that anyone really gives a fuck about these days is England. All the other kings don't really matter to anyone. No, probably not even to their own people. The royal families don't cease to exist, so they have those. They are just like an historical thing and still very wealthy in most cases. Echo is a lord. I'm not a lord, actually. They gave it to the king as a birthday gift, and then they fucked off to South Africa. So they basically gave up their nobility because they weren't... Yeah, my family, at least on my mother's side, they were nobility. So they were nobles in France. And then I guess one of them had this idea of, hey, you know what? I want to see the rest of the world. And so, yeah, they fucked off to South Africa. The provisions that the Habsburgs can't run for presidency in Austria was withdrawn in 2011. So since then, they can again. Trading a French castle for a trip to South Africa. Well, back then, you have to understand, it was probably a fucking adventure or some shit. I know my uncle once showed me the castle. He once showed me a picture of it. Is it this one? I don't know. I know this is their surname, but I'm not sure if it is this one. It is their surname. Anyways, this is the only thing I could find of it. It's the Chateau de... I don't know how you say that in French. In Afrikaans, it's just Duplessis. Boré, or Bor, or whatever. To allow to set up the Republic and taking the Habsburg property. Having a royal family does give you some sense of stability, especially when you change presidents every 4 years. I don't know if I agree with that, the disco option, because having a royal family can also fuck you quite heavily if your king is like a fucking madman. Because technically speaking, even in the UK, the Queen could just go fuck it and dissolve the government and say, right, I'm taking all the power back now, screw everyone. And technically speaking, by law, there's nothing that can stop her from doing that. The government serves because the Queen says they serve. The Queen could literally just go, well, it's my army and we're taking the power back. You guys can go fuck yourselves now. And then everyone's just going, oh, okay, yes, ma'am. And then they fucking leave. It's buy a chateau and restore it. Make a YouTube channel about it. Dude, I will not buy a fucking chateau. Are you fucking nuts? Royal family might be okay if they live in your nation. Here in Canada, we have zero power over our queen. Yeah, but that's just because you never actually freed yourself from your queen. You should have been like South Africa. We fought so fucking long and hard that the British Empire, the queen just eventually gave up, bro. She was like, you know what? Fuck it. They can have their shithole of a fucking country. We don't care anymore. Just, this is costing way too much fucking money. Screw it. That's what you guys should have done. You don't even need to win the war. You don't have to be like America and overachieve. They won the war. In South Africa, we didn't win the war. We just refused to fucking play ball. And after a while, the queen was just like, okay, this is going to take... These people are so fucked up. They will not bend the knee. It's just give it to them. Just fucking enough is enough. Let them fuck themselves in their own goddamn country. And that was it. Parliament said no. We are not dissolved. I think one tried that, and the Parliament said no. Fuck you. We are not dissolved. Technically speaking, all of the government, all of the levers of power belong to the Queen, including the army. So if the Queen stood up and said, right, screw Parliament, I'm taking the power back, she could literally just tell the army, fuck them, go take the building, and the army would, technically speaking, the army would have to go, okay, she spoke. We do serve for her. Like, we are the Queen's fucking navy, the Queen's fucking army. So I guess we're doing what the Queen says, and then they do what the Queen says. And I don't know about you, but I don't think it's going to be a fair fight if you have Boris Johnson, whoever the fuck the Labour Party leader is now, and that other guy that speaks like he's from the fucking 16th century. Oh, what's his fucking name? It's the tall guy. Like, them versus the military? What are you gonna do? Yeah, she is the military. Like, it's the Queen's Navy. She's definitely the leader of the army. Although, it might just be more ceremonial than anything else, right? I don't think the Queen stands in front of the army before the battle starts and goes, charge! Right? I don't think it's that level. But ceremonially, it is the Royal Navy. Right? They serve at Her Highness's pleasure. Mind you, or not necessarily. Not necessarily. What if the Queen is playing a sneaky game? She gets all of the fucking military generals to sort of be like, yeah, ma'am, you are the new ruler. We're going to help you. Then the army is going to do what the fucking Queen says. Yeah, well, we're talking about the Queen as in the position of the Queen, not the Queen as in the current one. I don't think the current Queen is going to live for much longer. She seems well out of it. Although she's had a long run. How do you Brits feel about your new king, like King Charles? Although he's not going to be King Charles, probably. True allegiance to Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God. She's not gonna die. Dude, you think the Queen is not gonna die? So, in other words, she is a lizard person. In Britain, yes, as the power comes from the throne and the army is military leader officially, but most of them are appointed by the Parliament, and the British Parliament is officially delegated from the throne. Worst part in Canada having a queen is we only have one castle. How's that a bad thing? I've been to the castle here in South Africa. It's not that great. I was quite excited going to the castle in South Africa, and then I arrived there and I was like, oh, cool. And then I left and I went to go get coffee. The coffee was great. Castle, not so much. So yeah, I don't see why you would want to have more castles. Wait, what? Was it one of the castles that crazy black dictator who wanted to be French king built? Which one is that? Going to have a royal family, you need the benefits of castles and knights. Yeah. I don't know, though. I don't believe in having a king. I don't like so much power resting in the hands of just one person. I don't even like so much power resting in the hands of just one government. Never mind one fucking person. I don't think that was South Africa. That fun England is a monarchy and power is more balanced. In France, the president can't just declare war by himself. Parliament? Yeah, but you see, that's that lie that the politicians tell the ordinary riffraff. It's like Americans. Americans love to say, oh yeah, we have the separation of powers. We have the executive branch, and then we have the fucking legislative branch, and then we have the whatever other branches of government they have, right? But they also have the president, Congress, and the Senate. And they're like, oh, that protects us from, like, evil people taking charge. And it's like, yeah, like, they don't fucking speak to each other and make deals behind closed doors. Hey, dude, the president isn't just gonna go, oh, by the way, it's time for war. Because the president is first going to go to a bunch of fucking closed-door meetings, and then he's going to tell Mitch McConnell, hey, bro, I will get you 5 hookers to suck your dick all night long if you say yes to this war. And Mitch McConnell's like, bro, make it 5 female hookers and 2 guys, and we've got a deal. And then Turtle Boy's like, good. And then Biden says, right, Turtle Boy's on board. And then he goes to Pelosi or fucking Chuck Schumer or whoever the fuck is now in this. Well, Pelosi is the Speaker of Congress, right? So he goes to Mr. Schumer and he's like, hey, bro, you old as fuck. I'll give you 2 grannies and a teenager. And Chuck's like, fuck yes, I'm on board. You've got the Dems, you've got the Republicans. Let's go to war. And then the voting comes, and then, you know, McConnell gets in front of TV, and he's like, yeah, this president just wants war, and it's so horrible, and the Democrats just want soldiers to die, and the fucking Republicans are like, yeah, fuck Biden, listen to him fucking Turtle Boy speak. He's so against Biden. And then Chuck Schumer gets up there, and he's like, oh my God, this president's so good, I just want to suck his dick. And all the Democrats are like, yeah, fuck, Biden is so good. And then by the time they vote, all the Republicans vote for the war, all the Democrats vote for the war, and the American people's like, well, fuck. And then, as if they have Alzheimer's, the second it comes around again, they forget that all of that happened in the first place, and they again think, oh my God, it's so good that we have the separation of powers. It's bullshit, because it works the exact fucking other way around. Like, they're friends with each other whenever you're not fucking there. Like, I can tell you now, if you're not in the room and the camera's on, Nancy Pelosi has probably sucked Turtle Boy's dick. Like, that has probably happened. I'm not saying it has happened, but it probably. Like, they've probably had a bit of a fucking, you know, go in his office. You know, oh my God, you're a Democrat, I'm a Republican, it's gonna be so naughty. And then she goes, spank me, daddy, and he spanks her. You know, it's a whole thing. It's weird, I know, I'm sorry to put that in your minds, but it's probably happening. The only thing you see in public is the things that they say to each other, and then when the camera isn't going, he fucking winks at it to go, you know, I have to say this so the stupid fucking Republicans will believe me, and she smiles at him going, yeah, the moron Democrats need to believe that I hate you too, I'll see you later. Like, that's literally what fucking happens. And the stupid Republicans and the stupid Democrats go, oh my God, they're fighting for us, they're fighting for us. Meanwhile, they couldn't give 2 fucks about you and me. I don't know if you remember during this, like, when was this? Was it during the fucking, like, the first months of the pandemic? They had this interview with Nancy Pelosi in her home, and she's standing in front of a thousands of dollars fucking fridge. Like, this giant fridge. And, like, they're talking about the kind of ice cream that she has in her fridge. And she's trying to act as if she's so normal and one with the people. She's like, no, you're not. Like, you're not one with the people. You're a fucking moron. The problem is just, it's my side, I love my side. It's not my side, I hate my side. And no one seems to realize that the only people that matter are the people in Washington, D.C. You and I do not fucking matter. Super expensive ice cream nobody but rich people eat. It's basically a pivot political system. Dude, it truly is. It's just that morons think, like, the morons on the street think that the Republicans and the Democrats don't like each other. But those politicians love each other because they're all getting rich off of all of these little plans and schemes and shit that they're pulling. You're getting fucked. That's why they always smile when they're on TV. You know, they're smiling because while they're telling you how evil this person is or how they're fighting for you, they're literally watching their bank accounts go up. The way the American political system is set up is it makes it impossible for a new fucking political party to get into power. Because basically between the 2 parties that is currently ruling, they've destroyed the documents that the founding fathers left and the blueprint that the founding fathers left for a representative democracy. It just can't fucking happen, right? People, they don't all like each other, but they don't necessarily try to kill each other on sight. A lot of them have to want to maintain a tolerable atmosphere at work, simply put. Aragast, I don't agree with that. I don't think they dislike each other at all. I genuinely don't. I think they are incredible actors. I think when Nancy Pelosi steps on stage and blames the fucking Republicans for something that happened, she doesn't believe a word of that. And the Republicans know that she doesn't believe a word of that. She doesn't hate the Republicans because they're in this fucking racket together. You know, they're conning the American people together. The Republicans are conning the Republicans. The Democrats are conning the Democrats. And together, they make sure that we focus on everything but their fucking corruption. Lone Courier, how you doing, bro? I don't think it's cynical to that level. Aragos, I literally know that it's cynical to that level. So, dude, there's so many instances of things being caught that you just go, wait, what? Like, how is this happening and no one ends up in jail? How is it that George W. Bush, right, could get the call of what happened on 9/11 and the fucking wars that he started afterwards? He got that so wrong. Like, criminally wrong. Nothing happened to him. Nothing. He didn't go to jail. He didn't even stand trial. There was no fucking noise. Nothing. Nothing happened. Why? Because both the Democrats and the Republicans got fucking rich off of the back of that war. The amount of money that poured in from arms manufacturers in the US because they had a new war was just too big for either side to give a fuck, right? The amount of time, like Hillary Clinton, she deletes 30,000 emails, things that she's not allowed to delete. It is everyone else, like literally any of us does that, we're in jail. Trump gets on stage and he goes, lock her up, and all the fucking people like, lock her up, oh, he's gonna lock her up. He gets into power, what happens? Nothing. She does not get locked up. She does not go to jail, right? And it's like, oh, what a surprise. Another politician fucking lied, you know? What a surprise. And Biden gets into power. They're going after Trump. It's a fucking smokescreen. It's a smokescreen. The shit that they have on Trump, he's not going to go to jail. Because technically in this instance, the shit that they have him is pretty thin. But it's a smokescreen. The Republicans support it. The Democrats support it. Because it allows them to continue fucking stealing from the American people. And the American people are all focused on Trump. One side thinks he's fucking innocent. The other side thinks, oh my God, he needs to go to jail. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. He's not going to go to jail. Nothing's going to happen. It's going to be another fucking nothing burger. And the American people are too stupid to wake up and realize, I think we're being played. I think we're being played. You know? But hey, if you believe, go for it, bro. Like, if you want to live in a world where you think your politicians truly care, I will not stand anyway. I just wish people would wake up and realize your politicians don't give a fuck about you. Like, not a single one. You want to know how I know that? AOC. AOC is super fucking socialist, basically borderline communist, right? She is for the workers and the betterment of the people, the poor people, and all that shit. And then the workers of Amazon organize a fucking march to demand better pay and better working conditions. They extend an invitation to AOC to rock up because her voice would actually lend a lot of power to the movement. And AOC does not go. You know, she's for the people as long as it doesn't inconvenience her. So she'll say, yeah, I'm for the people. But as soon as she has to actually be for the people, I'm kind of busy today. Can we do it tomorrow? Like maybe next week? Actually, you know, next week's not good for me either. What about 3 months from never in your fucking life? Will that work for you? You know, as soon as I am almost voted out of office, that's when I'll show up and I'll lead the march so the people can vote for me again so we can go again. And the only people that fall for this are moron people who think that politicians actually give a fuck about you. Those are the only people that really care, who think, oh my God, she cares. She's too busy driving around in her 100K Tesla and living in her $1 million townhouse now to worry about the people, but she wants them to pay off her student loans. Yeah. Didn't Biden promise that he's going to forgive all student loans? Because I see a lot of people sort of praising this move from Biden. Like I saw on Twitter, a lot of people go like, oh my God, he's finally done it. He's forgiven student loans. But he hasn't really, has he? He's like, he said that you're going to get $10,000 discount effectively on your student loans, or $20,000 if you have some other fucking student loan kind of thing. That's not really forgiving the student loan debt. So that's another lie, right? And again, the morons. Now, let's just sort of not even talk about the moronic move that it is to forgive student loan debt. It is going to cripple the United States economy, but never mind that. Or the unfair nature of forgiving student loan debt. Let's not even talk about that. Let's just say the dude lied. Literally straight up lied to the American public. And the stupid fucking morons are like, oh my God, he's done it. He's not done it exactly that way, but he's kind of done it, right? It's as good as fucking done. No, it's not. If you're having sex and the girl stops before you fucking come, you didn't have sex. Like, you didn't actually come. You can't say, well, I kind of came. No, you didn't. You didn't actually have the fucking orgasm. The act is actually not complete. If she is now charging you money, you are paying for a service that you did not receive. You wouldn't do that to a hooker, would you? If the hooker got you 2/3 to your fucking orgasm, would you pay her? Of course you wouldn't. You paid to come. You didn't come, therefore you're not paying. Right? It's as simple as that. It's fucking basic math. You would demand a better service, but your president delivers you 1/3 of student forgiveness or student loan forgiveness, and you're like, oh my God. Yeah, we're getting there. At least he did something. Oh my God, never mind. I hope the day I run for president, the people are still as stupid as they are right now. Think you came into another round of Accolon? You did indeed. I'm trying to fix the fucking world. I thought you paid hookers to leave afterwards. Well, you do pay them to leave afterwards, but there's what after what? But no, I mean, it is what it is. Everyone needs to vote their fucking conscience. I'm proud of my my own country, though. They've given up. I'm really proud of that. No one in my country votes anymore. The last election had less than, I think, 16% of the entire nation voted. Warmed my heart, bro. Warmed my fucking heart like you would not believe. My government is one of the only governments in the world that rules with minority support. But you know, they've not given up. They're a little different to me. I didn't give up because I never bought in. Like, I've never voted in my life. I've never even been registered to vote. I've never, ever stood in a voting line to vote. I've never seen the point. So I can't give up because I never actually gave in. Or stepped in, I guess I should say. But no, most of the people in South Africa have taken to the streets, right? They're creating chaos in order to get their way. So they're still politically very active. They've just realized that politics is not the way to get it. The disco option, we were technically never a dictatorship. Just to be clear on that. Technically speaking, South Africa was always a democracy. It was just a democracy for white people. Like, if you were white in South Africa, you could always vote. And there was always multiple parties that you could vote for. Your basic choices were the Nationalist Party, who basically hated black people. You had the Conservative Party, who really hated black people. And then you had... yeah, those were your options. So, vote for change, insofar as nothing changes. But you could vote. Like, no one said that you can't vote. They literally did have a democracy. Functioning, no, but it was a democracy. So, you know, Technically, Russia is a democracy. True. Well, North Korea is an actual democracy. I don't know if you guys know this. They do actually have elections. North Korea is probably the truest democracy on earth, because at least they're not fucking lying about it, right? They're quite upfront about the fact that it is a democracy where everyone gets to vote for only one party. In the Baltic Sea? That's interesting. They left out a group of people. I mean, I was way too young, Flinderhoinkies, to vote for any of those parties. Like, by the time I was at the age that I could vote, South Africa was already well and truly a true democracy. So, I was 7 years old when apartheid came to an end. I don't even remember living. Like, I don't remember life in apartheid. From my earliest memories, I know that Nelson Mandela was my president. That's literally the earliest memories I have, is that Nelson Mandela was the president, and the World Cup, the 1995 World Cup. That's literally the only ones I know. Or that's my earliest memories of my country. Say, if you asked why I've never voted, because I've never actually believed that it does anything. I think people who vote have a romantic view of the world and believe that people who seek that level of power isn't evil. And to my mind, anyone, and I do mean anyone who searches for that level of power, anyone who dreams of ruling people, because that's what it is, right? When you become a politician, you are ruling people. Anyone that has that dream, in my mind, is inherently evil. It's not even a question of could be. It is an absolute abject evil that they have. Because I have never dreamt of being in charge of that many people. I have no interest in telling people how they can or can't live. And the reason I have no interest in telling people what they can and can't do, and the reason I would never be a ruler, is I don't actually know what the right thing is for people to do. I see myself as a relatively intelligent person, but I don't think I'm intelligent enough that I could tell other people how they should live. I don't think I'm intelligent enough to make a decision that's going to affect millions of people. I don't think so. So I wouldn't be able to make those decisions. I wouldn't be able to go, oh yeah, obviously this is what we're going to be doing. Because if you make those decisions and you're wrong, you're fucked. And I would constantly be thinking, okay, wait a second, before we make this, what if we're wrong? So I would be so strapped with fear that I could be wrong and destroy a bunch of people's lives that I would just not make the decision in the first place, and then just nothing would get done. So anyone that is willing to step in that position and believe that I have the plan that will save the world is just inherently either stupid or evil. It has to be one of those two. Either you are so stupid that you don't even realize that you're not intelligent enough to actually run the world, or you know that you're not intelligent enough to world, but with all that power, you're going to get very rich. And that's why you want the power. It can be only one of those two things. Because I don't know that there's a single human being on this planet that is intelligent enough to be a ruler of people. Unless you're you have to be God. Maybe then, because you have to be able to see the future so that you can predict everything that you're going to do and how those things are going to play out. Short of that, I wouldn't feel comfortable in a position of making decisions that affect millions of people's lives. Flesh or evil, every action shaves against someone, even if it helps someone else. Argos, for Emperor of Mankind. Yes, but no one can be as evil as Hitler, though, Akko. No one can beat that level of evil. I'd say Stalin comes pretty fucking close. Kim Jong-un comes pretty goddamn fucking close. Mao comes pretty goddamn close. The only difference between Hitler and those people were they killed their own people. Hitler killed Jews and also started wars with other nations. But those rulers killed just as many fucking millions, if not more, people. So I would say they're pretty much all fucking evil. So even I can see that. These past years, where I had to vote 3 times because of political parties being kicked out for corruption, mismanagement, and so on. I don't think these things apply to true democracies. Save, you don't think they apply to true democracies? Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm just... Sure. Look, if they didn't apply to true democracies, then countries would be in a better state. The only people that I see that's in a good state right now are the politicians. They're the only ones that doesn't give a fuck about rising prices, inflation, and the shit that they caused for the last 2.5 years. It's only the politicians that don't care. You think Biden is losing sleep over the fact that Americans can't afford gas? Dude, Biden doesn't give a fuck. Because he's not an ordinary American. Biden has more than enough money to fill his tank 1 million times over and still not even fucking flinch. You think Pelosi gives a shit that ordinary Americans can't afford food? No, she couldn't give 2 fucks. She doesn't care. Schumer doesn't care. They don't mind the fact that you're suffering and struggling. So that should give you all the information you fucking need. You're looking at a world... You want to know how you know that leaders are stupid as fuck? You want to know how you know that leaders are stupid as fuck? And this, I would like to point out, is based on Europe, not based on America. The man that everyone fucking hates, and believe me, I'm not a massive fan of the guy, but the orange guy, Donald J. Trump. In 2019, Donald Trump walks into a meeting with the leaders of Europe, and he tells the leaders of Europe, you guys are fucked up. You are wholly reliant on Russian oil and gas. It is going to fuck you. You need to get off that Russian oil and gas. You want to know how the leaders of Europe, the precious leaders of the true democracies around the world, you want to know how they reacted? They laughed at him. They laughed at him. Now, they're all going, oh, fuck. Everything's wrong. If only we knew. If only someone fucking said something to us. Well, you know, maybe it wasn't such a good fucking idea to trust the one country that you guys don't even trust. Like, you have this organization called NATO that literally exists as the fuck Russia organization, and yet you buy all your fucking oil and gas from the country that you all belong to, a organization that is basically fuck this country. Like, why would you do that? What stupid fucking idea? What was that? Like, who came up with that idea? It's a stupid fucking idea. Well, Morocco is not much better, Master Jal, but that's why every human being knows that diversity is the key. You want to rely on multiple sources for your gas and your oil. You don't just want to buy from a single seller. You don't just want to rely on a single fucking nation, especially a nation as volatile as Russia. It's fine if you get some of your oil and gas from Russia, but then if you were intelligent, you would have contingency plans. So you would have pipelines from the Middle East set up. You would have pipelines from Africa set up. You would make sure that you have a fail-safe. Instead, Russia sort of went, what could go wrong? Oh, wait, Russia invaded Ukraine? Oh, oops. Fuck. We didn't see this one coming. It's like, well, actually, Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014 already. So this has been like the longest build-up to an invasion in the history of the fucking world. This would be the equivalent of Hitler invading a town in France like 10 years before he actually invades France. Like, the French could at least say, we had no time to prepare, because it was fucking swift. Europe cannot say, well, who knew, right? How could we have known? His invasion in 2014 must have been a clue, right? There must have been some clue that, hey, maybe he's getting ready to take Ukraine here, right? And Europe didn't do shit. But these are your leaders. These are the people that you elected to office. These are the people that you believe are smart enough to fucking run your lives, and they do run your lives. Europe more so than in the US. At least in the US, there's still some semblance of fucking peace, albeit mostly lip service. In Europe, you have very little peace when it comes to what your governments allow and do not allow. These are the people that you trust with your education. These are the people that you trust with your healthcare. These are the people that you trust with your safety, your food security, your home security, your financial security. These are the very same people that couldn't understand a simple fucking thing. Like, hey, maybe getting all of our gas and oil from one country that has already invaded another country isn't a smart idea. But instead, when they were made aware of this, they laughed. They thought it was funny. Ha 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 ha. Trump is funny. These are your leaders, ladies and gentlemen. These are the smart cookies that run your lives. I mean, sure, let's vote, shall we? Let's vote. Let's get someone else in, because I'm sure someone else is going to be better than this people, right? Who the fuck is talking? You're talking as if so the only option is to attack Russia? What, is Russia the only country in the world with oil and gas? I seem to remember the Middle East has quite a lot of gas and oil. You could have set up pipelines to the Middle East. You could have set up pipelines to Africa. Africa would actually fucking love the business. You could have spent money actually getting Africa to discover more oil, because Africa actually has a fuck ton of oil that is yet undiscovered. If there were ways to diversify your holdings and not have all your oils basically in this one fucking basket that was on fire already for like fucking 8 years? Norway has a shit ton of oil. Like, there were ways of dealing with this fucking crisis before, like, no one said go to war. Like, what the fuck? This oil and it's morally better? Itzy, what the fuck are you talking about morally better? What according to you? So what's the what to you would be the right thing to do here? I'm starting to think, wait, is your main problem with the oil bit? So you actually just wanted Germany and France and all the rest of them to go on wind power and solar power. Is that it? So your problem is with oil, not so much with the Russian bit. What's your problem? By government, they can't even rule, so no way they can organize worldwide plot. They could probably. Now they're going to reduce the price of Russian oil by increasing tariffs and insurance on it, and Russia is going to take it because it's a buyer's market. I just got here. What is going on? Swanky Tiger, how you doing, bro? Aragast, Russia, the price cap that they just imposed isn't going to fucking work. It's just not going to work. Because basically Russia could just go, no. And then what? Because then it becomes a staring contest. Both parties look at each other and go, well, we're kind of cold over here. And Russia's like, ooh, it's so hot here with all my fucking oil and gas. I understood why Europe doesn't rely on nuclear power. If they did, they would be power secured for anything. No, the problem is because of the sanctions, Russia makes more money than before the war. So we help Russia print money. I agree with that. But that's not that's not what this argument was. I didn't make an argument about that. Russian ad to attract people to move into their country. I know Russia is trying hard to get South Africans to move there. I'm gonna go because nothing would please me more than to move to a country on the verge of fucking war. I can't think of a better place to be. Growth, how you doing, bro? Hate to say it, but Trump would be glossy about this back in the days if he would be around already. And he would have dismissed as many others had been before him. But today, they are doing in different ways through numerous hoax and framing. It's moved to a winter hellland. Dude, I don't mind, like, the location of Russia. Location-wise, I think I would love living in Russia. Like, snow all the time, fucking cold all the time. Sounds lovely to me. It's the president of Russia that I have a slight issue with. Call me crazy. I don't want to put, like, negative thoughts out into the world, but he seems kind of fucking nuts to me. Call me crazy. I don't want to make accusations here, people. Don't think I'm talking down to Mr. Putin. I'm just saying I get the idea he's not as stable as he leads on to, right? They might be slightly unstable. So I don't think I want to live in a place where I'm ruled by a guy that's slightly fucking unstable. Tiresome, how you doing, bro? You would love Moscow Echo. You would find a lot of pretty girls, women too. I mean, sure, Russian girls are fucking hot. There's a ton of Russian girls in South Africa, man. No, I don't think Putin is a puppet. Not at all. I also don't think Putin is crazy. I mean, he's nuts, but I don't think he's crazy. I think Putin is quite intelligent. He knew that the West could do nothing. He knows the West can't do shit. He knows that he just basically has to stick it out because the West is just going to fucking accept this. Kyle, you motherfucker. Thank you so much for the primes. I did really appreciate that. Welcome to the DJ Nation. We are happy to have you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He knows no one can do jack shit to him. He's got nukes, and most people in the world are kind of afraid that he's going to fucking use it. So no one's going to fucking cause shit with Russia. And he knows that he can take his time with Ukraine. The world is hurting right now because of what he's doing in Ukraine. He's in no rush to end this war because he's making bank with all of the oil and gas that he's selling. So yeah, for Putin, this is a great time to be alive. I think it was a smart move from a strategic standpoint, although I do think it is going to cost him in the long run. Because while, yes, the rest of the world was kind of fucking stupid and wasn't ready for Putin to do what he did, that doesn't mean that they're going to stay not ready. I do imagine that Europe is going to spend a ludicrous amount of money acquiring and securing oil and gas from other countries. There's already been rumors that Germany is thinking about reopening all of their nuclear power plants. So Europe is probably going to embrace nuclear fucking finally. Because for some reason European people go, nuclear? Bad. Nuclear is going to kill us because they don't know shit about science. But it's nice that now they're kind of forced. It's like, oh, wait, I guess we'll go with the nuclear because I don't want to be cold. So I do think that Putin in the long run is going to hurt himself fucking crazy. Because as soon as Europe can afford it, they will most likely turn their back on Russia. And Russia will not survive if the rest of the world turn their back on them. Russia right now is sort of banking on the whole friendship with China because Russia thinks that together with China, they can become the new world power. The issue is China is fucking crumbling. Like, China is on its last legs. So China's not going to be around for much longer to save Russia, which means Russia is going to stand alone. And it is going to get fucking... It's going to be harsh. I mean, things are not going well in fucking China, right? Things are not going well. So, yeah. I don't think Putin thought this through. Or perhaps Putin didn't think. Because if everything was going well for China and kept going well for China, Putin's bet would have been a really good one. Because basically you're hitching your wagon to the next world superpower. And China was becoming the next superpower of the world. China was fast approaching, overtaking the US as the superpower in the world. And that would have meant that Russia would have been safe because they're friends with China. Of course, no one could have foreseen, and by no one I mean literally fucking everyone, but of course no one in power could have looked at China and go, call me crazy, but building homes for people that literally don't even live in those homes sounds nuts. You have entire ghost cities that you've built where no one lives because there literally isn't enough people to fucking live in these houses, and yet everyone owns like 4 or 5 homes just cause. You know, because housing is a good investment. There's a reason housing tends to be a good investment, because people need to live in fucking homes, right? But if you own a home that physically no one wants to live in because no one can afford to live in it, is that still an investment? Like, have you bought yourself an investment at that point? Or do you now just own a nothing burger? Basically, the housing market in China is the equivalent of crypto. It literally is crypto in its physical form. Because the only thing you're relying on with housing in China is that there is a bigger idiot. It's called the bigger idiot fallacy, I think. Let me just make sure. But there's an actual... Or the bigger idiot... the greater fool theory. That's what it's called. Sorry, yes. It's called the greater fool theory. In finance, the greater fool theory suggests that one can sometimes make money through the purchase of overvalued assets, items with a purchase price drastically exceeding the intrinsic value, if those assets can later be resold at an even higher price. That's literally what it is. Housing in China is the greater fool theory. You're buying a product that you're hoping someone else will buy later for more, even though there's no reason to believe that someone else is ever going to buy this for fucking more. I never understood why China spent all that money building those giant cities, whole cities with no one living there. What purpose does that serve? Oh, Swanky Tiger, it's... Kim, how you doing? So it's not China that was building those cities. It's companies like Evergrande. And basically, so in China, if you are Chinese and you live in China and you want to invest your money, so you're a worker, you get a really good salary, you want to invest your money, you have a couple of options like you have in the West. You can go to the stock market. The problem, China's stock market is horrendous. And Chinese people aren't really allowed to invest in overseas companies. Or not wholly. I think they can invest up to 10% of their entire savings overseas or internationally. The rest must be local. You do not want to invest in Chinese companies. Their stock is wildly unpredictable. It goes up, it goes down like the fucking waves in the ocean, right? It's horrible. So what people did in China is they moved to housing because housing is stable. And it was for a really long time. Because as China's middle class was growing, more and more people needed homes. So housing became a very solid investment. The problem is that no one actually explained to these Chinese people that housing's value comes from the ability for someone to live in said house. So what ended up happening is companies like Evergrande started building homes that no one needed. And the people in China, sort of because they needed places to invest their money, would buy homes. You had people owning 4 or 5 homes, with no one living in it. They're not owning those homes to rent them out, because that's not the investment. The investment is physically just owning the fucking house, because house prices will go up. Well, until they don't, right? And that's the issue. Now, it gets much worse than that. So what Evergrande did is they would get people to buy these homes, right? The people to buy these homes would take on debt. They would borrow from the banks. And they would pay for these homes. But here's where things started to get scary. Evergrande would go to those same banks, borrowing money to build these. So basically Evergrande was double dipping. They would borrow the money to build these giant fucking complexes. Or me, by the way, you bastard. 18 months, part of the DJ Nation. Really appreciate that, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So Evergrande would borrow the money from the bank to build these giant complexes with flats. They would then sell these flats to these people who would then borrow money from the bank in order to pay Evergrande. The banks was willing to lend money to Evergrande because it's housing. Housing is always going to make fucking money, right? So they would just keep lending. They would only pay off the interest. They wouldn't pay the primary. They would just keep lending and keep building because it's housing. Housing's always going to make money. Eventually, it got so bad that people were paying for homes that wasn't even built yet. Like, Evergrande haven't even started building the properties and people had already bought the fucking properties. Evergrande, being smart, I guess you could say, realized, wait a second. If people are just willing to buy, even if we're not building, why are we building at all? So what Evergrande started doing is they just stopped building. They basically just paid an architect to draw up what the house was going to look like, and then just got a bunch of people to buy these units that isn't built. It's not going to be built. They don't even own the land for it to really be built on. They just sell these units to these people, and the banks kept lending them money because, hey, it's housing. How could it go wrong? And then it did go wrong. Then it did go wrong when people started to realize, wait, what the fuck is going on here? Where are our homes? Like, where's our homes? And Evergrande's like, about that house of yours, kind of misplaced it. It's gone. It's, we can't give you the money back because we literally don't have the money because we've wasted it. Oops. The banks are going, dude, you owe us a fuck ton of money. Where's my money, bitch? And Evergrande's like, what? And the bank's like, dude, where's my money? And Evergrande's like, huh? Yeah. And everyone in China is just sort of like, shit. Shit. This is bad. So yeah, there's a good chance that China is on the verge of fucked. That I don't think Putin planned on. Varian, you motherfucker. Tier 2. DJ Nation. How much is that? 7 months in a row. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate you. Oh, well, just gonna use others' money to repay the debt. They can't. China doesn't have the money to bail this out. You guys don't seem to understand. This isn't just about bank debt. This isn't just like the 2008 financial crisis. It's not like the US government needs to bail out the investment banks. That was 1.6 trillion US dollars and it nearly bankrupted the US. It shocked the world. It threw the world into the greatest recession we have ever seen. And that was 1.6 trillion. When it comes to China's bubble, you're talking about many more trillions than 1.6 trillion. The Chinese government does not have the money to bail this out. It cannot afford to bail this out. It gets even worse when you start to realize that all of those Wall Street companies that nearly got fucked in 2008, they all own debt in China. They bought into this housing market thing. So, yeah, I guess China is the one to start the next bullshit fucking recession, right? Tyson, it's called Pango, pineapple and mango. Yeah, the people in China don't want to pay their loans anymore for these houses because these houses were never actually built. It's not like in the US where the houses were built. There were just the people that owned these houses simply couldn't afford to pay their mortgages. These are millions and millions of homes that have never even been built. So the people in China, all of the people in China, is like, I'm not paying. I don't have a house. Like, there's no house. I'm not paying this fucking loan because there's no house, right? MMO, it should kind of scare you a little at least. Far-fetched from it either. Wait, you think? No, I don't think Germany was that stupid. Jams, I think the reason this scares so many people is it sort of shows that China's economy isn't as strong as they pretended it was. It's similar to what China did with the railways that they built. So if you go back to 2008, the world is in the greatest recession in the history of the world. So China starts building these railways, right? Just these massive fucking railways that leads to nowhere. High-speed railways that serve no one. The entirety of China is covered in these high-speed railways. Pound for pound or euro for euro, China massively overspent on these. If compared to what Germany spends on their trains in order to build and maintain them, the Chinese project was just massively overpriced and also unnecessary. There are some of those trains that don't even operate anymore because there's just no one going to these fucking towns and cities. So they just built it just to fucking build it. So China's economy is built up basically on massive bubbles. It's just bubbles everywhere. And as soon as one of those bubbles pop, it doesn't take long for a fucking chain reaction of bubbles to go off, and it will deflate the entire Chinese economy, which hopefully, and I do say this hopefully skeptically because I don't know if that will ever happen, but hopefully this is the end of the CCP, and hopefully the Chinese people can free themselves from the bounds of fucking slavery, because the CCP needs to go the way of the dodo bird. So hopefully, I don't know if that's going to happen. Evil people have a way of being like cockroaches. They just don't fucking die. But hopefully. The only reason I would like China to fall, and not so much because I really don't want China to fall, because I don't want to see the Chinese people suffer over this, and it is going to be massive suffering in China as a result of this. But the only reason I would like China to fall is so that Putin, I would love to be in the room when the guys run into Putin's office and like, so, sir, China just fell. And Putin's like, fuck. I was like, God, we were supposed to be the next world superpower. I'm fucked, right? I think that would be the funniest moment in Russian politics, is to see Putin's face, because that will be the moment that Putin sort of goes, I'm gonna just phone Biden here and apologize. Look, guys, I'm just gonna say I'm sorry. It was a joke. Can we just forget? Can we pretend this never happened? I'll be out of fucking the Ukraine tomorrow morning. Don't have to worry. I'll even rebuild the buildings. Just don't fuck me, because, I didn't plan on China falling. I'll be honest with you, I did not think about this. Yeah, it's kind of like the Hitler meme in the bunker, right? All the TikToks, all the clever dicking and bullying other nations will come to roost. China, you mean West Taiwan? Oh, shit, Miku. China built a lot of shit like that to try and show they can do things better, and they never actually do, but it is funny. But no, we're joking about this, but the honest truth is, I don't want this to happen for selfish reasons, but then also for some less selfish reasons. The main reason is it's going to happen to me. If China falls, what do you think the chances are of the rest of us not feeling that? Of course we're going to feel it. Prices are going to fucking skyrocket. There's going to be famine everywhere. It's going to be fucking tough to get products. It's going to be a nightmare if China falls, because the rest of us get all of our shit from China. So I don't want that. But then the less selfish reason has to do... Scuff Noble, by the way, how you doing, brother? The less selfish reason is I don't want to see the people of China suffer, and they will suffer if China falls. If China falls, in what sense? When the CCP goes bankrupt. So not fall as in it's nowhere, but if China goes bankrupt because they physically can't fucking afford to keep going. MMO, the problem is when a country is on the verge of bankruptcy, there's not much war to be waged. Soldiers need to be paid. If you run out of money, well, you know, you want to know who will shit his pants when China falls? North Korea. Kim Jong-un. Dude, that guy is going to shit himself. Because right now, the only thing that protects him is China. And China doesn't protect North Korea because they like North Korea. China just doesn't want a bunch of North Korean refugees flooding their fucking borders. But if China falls to the point where China can no longer protect him, I think we'll finally see a free North Korea. Well, actually, I wouldn't say it saved them from the Depression. I mean, the Depression was prior to America joining the war. The Depression was America was already starting to move out of it. War is a money game, and there is a lot of money to be made in war, but it's almost always short term. It is incredibly short term, but in order for war to be beneficial to your nation has to already be in a decent financial position, which China isn't. So I would argue, I don't know enough about this to really speak on it, so you might be right, but my logic just tells me I don't know if that's quite how that would work. So Anki Tiger, I do not trust that guy at all. I don't think he wants to give the people jack shit. He's just objectively evil. By the way, I just saw that load shedding is back. Fucking look at that, chat. Look at that. It's fucking back. Oh, for the love of Christ. And I'm off. No. No. I hate my life so much, man. Because mine is off. Stage 2 load shedding means my power is off at 6 o'clock. I fucking hate my life so much, dude. Like, you have no idea. Fuck. When does it go down? 6 o'clock. So it's still a while away, Bray. It's not like it's in the next hour or so, but it's horrible. Like, it fucks my day so much when for 2 hours, there's just no power. And especially when it's 6 o'clock at night, because the power comes back on at 8 o'clock, but then what the fuck are you supposed to do, right? You should get an offline hobby? Like what, though? I mean, actually, I didn't think of this. You know what I am gonna do? I'm gonna continue reading 1984. I have a Kindle now, bitch. So I'm gonna continue reading 1984 in the comfort of the darkness of my fucking home because I don't have electricity. Nah, it'll be good, actually. I just decided. It's not gonna be that bad. Actually, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to drive down to the beach, go chill at the beach, and read 1984. Scuff Noble, it has nothing to do with oil. My country doesn't have electricity. My country, like, we had load shedding long before you guys got load shedding. Like, you guys in Europe, you have no idea. You're nowhere near as scuffed as South Africa. Like, you guys are just entering the whole, oh, we can't give you electricity all the fucking time. We've been living with this since 2008. Since 2008, my country have lived with load shedding. The nice thing about your countries is you can learn from us on how to do load shedding right. Dude, my country is on a fucking schedule, bro. Like, it is tight. Like, look at this, right? So I'll show you. Look at this. That's the schedule and stages and everything. So if there's more power or less power needed, the app lets you know, hey bro, you're moving to another schedule. It's gonna get even fucking worse for you, or maybe it will get a little bit better for you depending on the stage that you're on. All the times are there. It sends a nice push notification through to let you know that you're gonna be fucked soon. It's nice. It's nice. It's really cool. It's a technological marvel, one might say. That's my country. So you guys can just borrow the app. It's already on the App Store, so you can literally grab that app and just enter your neighborhood and Bob's your uncle. You'll know when you don't have power. Collective, Brave New World, 1984, Harrison Bergeron. Brave New World sounds familiar. Wasn't there a TV show called Brave New World? That was a phenomenal show. I didn't even know that's a book, but I would actually read that because I think there was a series called Brave New World. I would definitely read that book because the series was phenomenal. Or is there a security thing that phones always have to work? No. So what happens usually during load shedding is the internet slows way the fuck down. Mainly because, technically speaking, all of the mobile towers have backup batteries, but they all got stolen. Or most. The batteries get stolen. So what ends up happening is most of the mobile companies will have 1 or 2 towers that have batteries that is also in safe locations. So say towers near a mall, for example, where there's security guards to make sure that the shit doesn't get stolen, and all the other towers go down. So now you have everyone basically using 1 or 2 towers. So the internet gets super fucking slow whenever there's no electricity. Samurai, what is Aspen doing? Yeah, I'm not reading manga. Go fuck yourself. Dude, I like weeby stuff, but I don't like it that much. I play Final Fantasy. That's enough. That's as far as I will go with this weeb shit. He's playing Wrath? But I knew he... Like, wait, did he actually say that he wouldn't play Wrath? Been better than Final Fantasy? No. No. I'm not reading manga. You guys can go fuck yourself. Manga is actually better than anime. Less weeb. Dude, I don't care. I don't read... I don't watch anime either. I play Final Fantasy. That's enough weeb stuff for me. That gives me my weeb full. From there, I like to get back into like Western stuff. I just like the Western art style more. To be fair though, I don't even watch Western animation. I don't watch animation movies. I find animation movies wholly fucked up. Like, give me live action. That's where it's at. Animation, I just can't get into animation. You could always read the Final Fantasy manga. No, I'll just play the game. I recommend Castlevania though. Oh. I don't like it. It doesn't do anything for me. I've tried watching anime. I've tried watching animations. I don't like it. I prefer live action. And I will rewatch stuff when there's nothing else to fucking watch. Like right now, I have nothing to watch. So I'm just rewatching Arrow. Only the first 5 seasons because it gets shit after that. But I'm rewatching Arrow, you know, following the adventures of the Green Arrow. And it's fine. It's cool. So definitely seeing the new Dragon Ball superhero movie, right? I didn't even watch... I've never watched a single episode of Dragon Ball Z. Or Dragon Ball, whatever the fuck. I would pay you to go see the new One Piece movie next month and review it. How much will you pay me? Be deadly, you motherfucker. Thanks for the Prime sub. Did really appreciate that. 12 months, part of the DJ Nation army. Thank you. You're far too kind, sir. The Arrow actor gets really weird towards the end. Dude, Arrow gets really weird towards the end. But that's because Arrow went from being a really cool superhero story to just trying to push ideological political bullshit. And there's nothing wrong with pushing. We were talking about this yesterday during the podcast. Politics is intertwined into almost everything that we do. And you can't really get away from that. It's politics. Life is political. And I don't mind when someone happens to put their own politics into something. The problem usually for me comes when you start writing in order to put your politics into something. So in other words, you start choosing the plot for every single episode so that it serves a different political sort of lesson that you want people to learn. At that point, I'm like, dude, I was watching this to see a cool superhero. I couldn't give two fucks about your opinions on the politics of the day. So yeah, I'm just gonna fucking all watch this. Sebby how you doing, bro? I want to watch shows. Could be guilty of that. Dude, literally everything. Everything. I hate it on all sides. Like, I despise watching shows that just push agendas. It's like, dude, can we not just watch normal fucking shows? Like, why must everything be ideologically charged? When it comes to politics and fiction, I prefer descriptive instead of prescriptive. Not everything is made for us, but when it is, then they change it. That's wrong. I mean, I think the best example I have to explain how politics should be done would be Dragon Age Origins. Did you guys ever play that? Did you ever play Dragon Age Origins? So in Dragon Age Origins, there's a shit ton of politics in that game. And some of it is real life politics. Some of it is more prescribed politics, like invented politics. But there is a crap ton of politics in that game. Specifically, the main pillars of politics in that game comes through with the Templars and the Mage Tower, or the Mage Order. Right? These are the main descriptors of the political ideologies and systems. As the player, it's your choice. They present to you the two political ideologies, so to speak, and you make the choice. It's not... the game does not make the choice for you. It doesn't want to force you into a choice. It simply tells you, hey, here's two orders that you can choose from. Make your fucking choice and play that way. From there, as soon as you do make your choice, you start to see that both sides have incredibly evil but also incredibly good people. Like if you choose the Mage Order, there's a lot of really fucked up mages, but there's a lot of really cool mages. If you choose the Templars, there's a lot of cool Templars, but a lot of fucked up Templars. And the game constantly presents you with this either side, right? Like, you didn't make the wrong or the right decision here. You just made a decision. And based on that decision, the game is going to play out one way or the other. But it's neither wrong nor right. It really depends on how you view the situation. That is how politics should be done, in my opinion, when it comes to games and things like that. But Akalon, the filthy unwatched masses must be told what to think. Not us, of course, since we are so much smarter and wiser than the plebs. True. I was just telling my chat that earlier in stream, that they should vote for me for president because I know what's best for them. I was just telling them. I could rule them. Because, you know, I have all the answers. I wonder what would happen if you ran for president and someone asked you, so how are you going to fix everything? And you're like, okay, I'm not going to lie to you, things are going to be rough. A lot of people are going to lose their jobs. Yes, we are going to go through a recession. Yes, the economy is going to tank. But that's kind of necessary. There's nothing we can do about it. The markets are sick, and that's what's going to happen. I wonder how many people would actually vote for you if you were just brutally honest. Like, you didn't lie. You didn't say what they wanted you to say. You didn't say what they wanted to hear. You just told them the truth. You're like, yeah. Things are going to be bad. If I was president, the first thing I'd do would be to ban Bohemian Rhapsody from all karaoke bars. Well, that might be a deal breaker for me. That is a good song, though. Sebi, that is a good song. I might just not vote for you then. Like, Jesus, bro. It's a bit dictatorial of you, don't you think? Like, I've heard some evil things in my life, but you, dude, you're making Stalin look like a fucking choir boy. Like, just ban Bohemian Rhapsody, just for funsies. What the fuck is that? It was good, the first. I would say that I feel that way about every single Nickelback song. Not Bohemian Rhapsody. I haven't heard Bohemian Rhapsody that often. Then again, I don't think there's many karaoke bars in South Africa, or if there is, I've never really been to one. But I would say Nickelback songs really fucking gets my tits up. Because even now, every single time I go to a mall or like go to a shopping center, there's a Nickelback song playing. It's like, dude, what the how? Like, it's always fucking Nickelback. Always Nickelback. And 9 times out of 10, you just hear, look at this photograph. And you're like, Jesus. Do they have no new songs? Like, is the Photograph song the only fucking song they have? Why does everyone keep playing this goddamn song? Never made it as a wise man. I couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing. Tyler, fuck you, Jams. Fuck you. I hate you so much, Jams. Why are you just quoting the fucking lyrics to me? I'm convinced that everyone who says I can't stand Nickelback has an entire Spotify, Pandora, Amazon Music Nickelback playlist. So the only playlist I have is the one that I listen to at the gym. And I go between this and podcast. So it really depends. Today, there were no real podcasts that I could listen to. But this is the song that I ended gym with. Right? So my last exercise was... I was listening to Everlong from Foo Fighters. And I either listened to heavy metal workout, running to metal, or it's rock, hard rock, hard bod. Yeah, that's the one. Hard rock, hard bod. Those are the playlists that I listen to. The best like 1,000 times, of course. Foo Fighters is the shit, bro. The podcast that I listen to in the mornings is this one. Actually, I can show you this on my PC. Why am I doing it like a play on my phone? The podcast in the mornings that I listen to is this one. But I already listened to this yesterday, and there wasn't a new one up. So, you know, I kind of had to just not listen to it. But this is my podcast of choice in the mornings at the gym. They played Skyrim soundtrack in a bar. I would enjoy it, but I think the truck driver might not get it. My life goes to the soundtrack of Sonic Adventure 2. No, I like listening to rock while I'm working out. What about Goblin starter area music? No, I wouldn't listen to fantasy music when I'm fucking working out. That would not make sense. That would definitely not make sense. By the way, if you guys haven't yet, you guys should join the DJ Nation army over on Reddit. Because from now on, this is where all content suggestions will happen. So if you have videos that you want me to react to, or you want to vote on videos to react to, this is the place to do it. It's going to be easier because the Discord was just not fucking doable. It wasn't. Like, goddamn, honestly, it was a fucking nightmare. I'll show you guys. So, you go on Discord here, right? And I have to go through all of these every single day to go to the last one that we reacted to, right? And we're still going. I haven't reacted to half of this. And the problem is, in between some of these videos, there's like news pieces that you guys fucking post. And if I don't see that news piece, it's old news tomorrow. So I just missed that entirely. Whereas this is better. Because at least now I can see which ones you guys voted for, because they go to the top, and I will also know when I've already reacted to it. I fucking wish that was possible, but there's no time in this world to react to every single fucking video in one stream. It would be too much. I haven't even copied all of the videos over yet. So I have posted, actually, Metal Fan from Hell posted this one. I posted all of the videos that I could from Discord, and it was over 30 videos, and it's not even all of them. I'm still fucking busy copying them over. So go over there, vote on the ones that you want to see first, so that we know which ones to react to. Because, yeah, there's many that you guys want me to. You gotta watch Death of Hope also. Suggest it, bro. Go to the fucking Reddit and suggest it. Warren, don't tell me here. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that information here? I don't even know what Death of Hope is. You just come here, write your little post, tell me, hey, bro, you need to react to this shit. And then if other members of the community really like it, they hit the upvote button, like so, and Bob's your uncle, right? I will also be posting the schedules for the week over here. As you can see here, the ones that I made my fucking self. It looks shit because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing on Photoshop. But, you know, it is a thing that I made, so I'm fucking proud of this. It'll leave us see who are the town now. Hey, dude, if enough people upvote it, we'll watch it. There you go. Wait, why is this not working? Let's quickly see here. This should work, technically. There you go. There you go. Encourage less effect, just simple fonts. But I was trying something. I was playing around with it, right? So I would say this isn't the final one, but I was sort of playing around with it, trying to do a bunch of things. I'm not happy with it, but I spent enough time on it to go, fuck it, this is it. It's fine. It tells you what you need to know, right? If you want to know when I'm streaming, you'll see when I'm streaming. If you want to know when we're doing off days or YouTube video days or anything like that, you'll know that. It's not going to be the same every week, but it will be similar every single week. So every week I'll post the schedule for you guys here. And I'll probably do a lot of posts here as well. Because there's oftentimes things that I think about in the gaming community that it's not really things that I want to talk about, but I'll write it down here and then you guys can read it. Or you can write your own thoughts on things and we can read it. So I do think Reddit is just fucking superior. Growfile, why do you not plan on going to Reddit? I do want to play Darktide. It's very handy. I think Discord is awesome for community. So hanging out with people, chatting to people, finding people to play games with. Discord is amazing for that. Having discussions about lore and stuff like that. But when it comes to like community stuff, why should I? Tell me that first. What do you mean, why should you? Okay, so look at this. Let me just fucking show you why you should. Ooh. I'll join that. We could probably join D&D next as well. Why not? So this is my homepage, right? This is the Reddit homepage. I get every bit of relevant news that I could ever fucking want right on my homepage without having to go to multiple websites and sort of try and figure out what is important and what might not be important. Everything that I could care about is on this page, including memes, which is probably the biggest seller for me. News and memes? Yeah, I mean, memes is an absolute must. I don't have memes on this one. I have memes and news on my main Reddit account. This is my public Reddit account, and then I have a private Reddit account where I watch news and memes and stuff like that. But some of those memes and stuff isn't stream friendly, so I can't really have all of my meme pages here. Imagine we get fooled twice. Cyberpunk DLC. Dude, I am so hyped for the Cyberpunk DLC. Cyberpunk 2077's DLC will allegedly be as big as the DLC from The Witcher 3. I am so ready for that. I am so fucking ready for that. Made a Ponzi on Dogecoin. I was walking down the street. 24-hour library. TikTok hacked. Oh, shit. How many of you fucks have TikTok? Because TikTok have been hacked. Over 2 billion user database records stolen. How many of you are on TikTok? Let's hear it. You're gonna fucking hate your life, aren't you? They have... Wait, made a mod for Cyberpunk? Not me, luckily. I'm so fucking ready to start another Cyberpunk playthrough from zero. Evans, you and me both, bro. Never used it, not me. Nah, too much of a boomer. Dude, I can't get into TikTok. I do not understand the concept of TikTok. Why hack TikTok? Yeah, you can just pay them. Now I'm happy that I never signed up. Nope, not interested. It's a CCP app, so I won't ever even download it. If you think that any of the other places are better, I mean, Google sells all of our data to literally the highest bidder. So China probably already have access to all of your data. It's not like they need TikTok. My brother the other day, so I use Google Wallet because it's just so much fucking easier than using your bank card. Like the tap to pay on Google Wallet is just next level. So I use Google Wallet, and my brother's like, no, I could never use Google Wallet because then they're gonna know my fucking card details and stuff, and I can't give them my card details. I'm like, dude, you think Google doesn't know your card details? Like, you've bought things on the internet before. Google knows. Google doesn't need you to use Google Wallet in order to already know all that shit. Like, they already know all the details they need to know. You may as well just fucking use the app. It's already there, right? Like, trying to hide your fucking data from Google is nigh impossible. Have you seen Preach wearing his Tataru cosplay on stream? He is wearing it right now, and it's hilarious. Wait, seriously? I need to see this. Wait a second. Oh my god. Dude, what the fuck? Oh my god. Dude, what the fuck? I can't look at this screen because I'm pretty sure that's spoiler, right? I can't look at what Preach is doing. I'm only looking at his little picture. But he looks so fucking silly, dude. Oh, I love it. I fucking love it. Well done, Preach. Well done, bro. That's awesome. Non-spoiler, it's the Heavensward Sephiroth fight? Is it? All right. I died so many times on this fight, bro. Like, oh my god. Yep, just like that. I died a lot on this fight. It was a little fucking annoying. But anyways, yeah, this is like Preach looks fucking gorgeous. Wait, so you can actually do it now as if it's current? I don't know, but Tataru is drunk always. Is Preach drunk too? Saban, you kind of have to, right? You have to play into that level of entertainment. I'm just a bad fucking businessman, but you know, you would make more money if you were, if I was on here with blue fucking hair and cosplaying ridiculous shit all the time. That shit just brings viewers. It just brings so much fucking viewers. Which I don't understand, but also it's not the kind of viewers I want, which is why I've never actually done shit like that. Because this is gonna sound terrible, and I don't mean it to be terrible, but I want intelligent viewers. I got stuck with you lot, but hopefully, you know, I'll replace all of you with some intelligent viewers at some point. It's just good fun. I think a wizard hat would work for you, Akko. How do you wear headphones with a wizard's hat? You got a bag full of simps? I don't know about simps though. How many of you are simps? Be fucking honest. How many of you are simps? Not to me, but how many of you have simped for a girl online? Like, don't fucking lie. I know some of you do. Jumbo, no, you fucking don't. He told you all are dumb. Wait a minute. If it's slow there, are you? You'll get into those viewers when you stop being a closet weeb. Fuck you, Massey. How dare you? Think you're OnlyFans and find out? Oh, shit. Online ever? Real life? Oh, yes. Ariani, who have you simped for IRL? Are you asking? Am I still playing WoW? No. No, but I paid for porn once. Who did you pay? Why did you pay? I paid for Battle Fiends OnlyFans. Scuff, did you actually? Like, did you actually? What is on her OnlyFans? Because I imagine it's just a whole bunch of trolling people. Does she actually have naked pictures of herself on OnlyFans? I did some once and smashed. Well, there you go. Made her a TwitchCon. Holy shit. You actually made the girl that you were simping for and she fucked you. About Amaranth's fart in a jar and huffed it? Of course you did, Jimbo. Of course you did. But that's just who you are, bro. We love you as you are. Don't worry about it. Epic dude. Hey, look, it's not called simping if you actually get to fuck. That's not simping. Simping is when you think you're gonna fuck, but while you're telling the girl how beautiful she is, she's sucking her boyfriend's dick. That is simping. So I would say you probably didn't simp. You were just busy playing the game. And you played it well enough that the girl actually went, it's fucky time. Wait, is the stream down? It shouldn't be down. It's fine on my side. It's actually ridiculously good for once. Which is kind of a blessing. It's nice that it's actually good. I think Sims are watching girl streamers and not you. I don't know about that. I know a couple of guys who do simp, who watch female streamers, but when there's when none of the female streamers that they watch is online, they watch guy streamers, waiting for the girl streamers to come on. I wonder if girls simp for guys in the same way that guys simp for girls. Like, do you think there are girls who sort of see a guy streamer or something and then just lose their mind over that streamer? Do you think so? On top 10% of men? Yeah, but is that still called simping though? Like, she might flirt with him, but would she go the distance that some guys go with that shit? They have the whole host culture? What the fuck's the host culture? Your core, that bear vibe you got going on? Is there any goal here? Can explain that? Dude, what goal? There's no goals on the internet. What the fuck are you talking about? I've shown you guys my fucking stats. We barely have any goals watching this fucking stream. Only female streamer I used to watch was Dodger. Who the fuck's Dodger? But even if you do end up smashing, it starts off as simping. It's pretty main companionship for women. Ah. Yeah, but there are no goals on the internet. This is just a fact. A fact of life. Like, I can show you. Let's go into my analytics. Audience. Like, how many goals do we have here? Ooh. Wow, my main channel actually has a few guys that pretend to be girls. Like, look at that. 8.1% female on my main channel. Jesse Cox and Total Biscuit were my online go-tos. We all know MMORPG means many men online role-playing girls. True. True. But no, I sort of... yeah, I have... So, for example, female streamers that I watch would be Lindsay Elise. I watch quite a lot of Lindsay Elise because she plays video games. And I like the games that she plays. Plus, she is cute, though. But she married, so no point in fucking simping. And stream, not advertising. But generally, it's supposed to be just having a handsome man be your date. How does YouTube know that? Joker, because when you signed up on YouTube, you said that you're man or female. Watched Ocelot bathtub stream on LEC. Does that count? Wait, did Ocelot have a bathtub stream on LEC? I don't know that. But Icehound, I would say that is a legitimate strategy if you want to get a goal. So if you meet a super hot goal, like absolutely stunning goal, sometimes ignoring her is actually the best strategy to getting with her. Because at least when you're ignoring her, you're doing something that no one else ever does. Like, every other guy she meets wouldn't ignore her. Now that you're ignoring her, she's sort of thinking, why the fuck is he ignoring me? What's going on here? And then, well, you're in. And if you're not in, well, you were ignoring her, so you wouldn't even fucking know, right? If she's damaged, good lord. Who the fuck is damaged? A rare breed of VTuber that actually plays games and acts like a normal person. It was like I discovered the fountains of youth. Oh, you're talking about Lucy Pyre. Because Lucy Pyre actually plays video games and is a VTuber. That hot, she won't even notice you're ignoring her? No, she would, of course. If you meet and you're actually sort of friendly with each other and then you ignore her, you don't put any effort into spending time with her, she would fucking notice that. So weird for me. Some goal to chase me. Dude, that's like the holy fucking grail, getting a goal to chase you. Holy shit. Is it simping for Lady Sylvanas count? She my queen for life? No. Everyone should simp for Lady Sylvanas. That's just natural. Alright, so we are going to start with the top upvoted video on the subreddit. Again, as I said before, if you want to suggest videos for the React meta, then Reddit is the place to do that. You guys should know what the fucking link is already. Her name is Kaneko Lumi. She plays strategy games. Ooh, strategy games is good. There's not many people that play strategy games. That in itself is a fucking find and a half. Like, I would say screw the fact that she's a VTuber. Just the fact that someone plays strategy games is a pretty decent find on Twitch. But all right, so this was posted by Metal Fan from Howl, and it is the Siege of Vrax, explained by an Australian. I don't know what the hell the Siege of Vrax is, but I guess we're here to learn, so let's get into it.
G'day, guys and gal. Everyone loves the deathcore of Krieg, except the deathcore of Krieg. These dudes and dudettes.
It's interesting that he says guys and gal, as if he knows that he only has one girl watching his videos. Do you think he only has one girl watching his videos?
Despise themselves so much that their only goal in life is to die. And for some reason, we find that cute. We need help. Hence, I was thinking about a video I could make on them, but they don't really have chapters or regiments. It's just kinda the deathcore of Krieg. And due to their characters being a bunch of humorless vat-grown clones that wear gas masks 24/7, it's kinda hard to drill down on specific characters. But then it hit me. The Siege of Vrax. An amazing showcase of the deathcore, whilst also being a fan favorite moment in the lore. On top of that, the only person who's really covered it is Arch, but he did so in a 43-part series that would nearly take 2 days to watch. To his credit, I heard that he did a good job of it, but I don't have that kind of time, and even if I did...
That is a massive series. Like 43 parts? Dude, that's like TV show levels. You need seasons and crap for that. That is way too fucking much. Yeah, let's just quickly go watch that, guys. Be right back. That is a lot of fucking videos to watch about the Siege of Vrax. Okay, so wait, before we continue, are these death guys, are they part of the Imperium or part of Chaos? So they are Imperium. Okay, that's good to know. As long as it's part of the Imperium, I'm okay with it. That's the faction that we're focusing on right now, is everything Imperium.
Having to listen to Arch speak for that long would make my attitude towards life align with that of the Kriegsmen. So I thought, bugger it. Jesus. I can do it in 20 minutes with twice the charm and 100th of the patience.
Does he not like Arch? He's just... because it seems like he's calling him out. What did Arch do to him? Who the fuck is Arch even? I haven't seen a single video suggested from him.
Speedrunning this shit, boy. Speaking of Arch, guys and gal, we're just over 10,000 subs away from claiming his skull. At this rate, that's about 1 month away. Ever since I was a simple zygote in my mother's uterus, this has been my dream. And boy, do I have a fun video planned for when we do overtake him. So grab your cat, grab your cock, and grab your fake online e-girlfriend and smash that juicy red button. Yeah. Finish line is in sight, and boy, will it taste good. Today we'll go over the Siege of Vrax, what the setup was, why it was such a big thing in the lore, and what was the end result. We'll be paying special attention to the deathcore of Krieg, cause you know, they're fucking awesome. Let's get into it. To set the scene, it's the 41st millennium. The galaxy is going through some shit, and all the heroes and factions we know and love are out and about. The world of Vrax Prime existed as an important armory world that was led by a newly appointed cardinal called Zafan. See, there's the first issue.
Wait, I like this. Wait a second.
Factions we know and love are out and about. The world of Vrax Prime.
Vrax Tertius, just called Rock. Vrax Prime, Armory World. Vrax Tertius, Rock. Like, what does that mean? It's just a rocky world, there's nothing there?
Existed as an important armory world that was led by a newly appointed cardinal called Zafan. See, there's the first issue. An entire star system ruled by a kitty Finland priest never goes well. Old mate Zafan decided to do a tour of the system to see what worlds were now under his control, and, well, the tour escalated. Due to his intense faith and charisma, he kinda ended up inspiring extreme religious zealousy and holy uprisings to take place on all the worlds he saw. This started off kind of good. Corrupt, faithless governments and tyrants were toppled, reignited their love for the Emperor and their loyalty towards the Imperium. Cardinal Zafan was like, no shit, this is pretty cool. I could like totally stop molesting kids and instead use my faith and influence to wipe out all heretics. However, this is Warhammer 40k we're talking about. Shit always goes south.
Yeah.
One of Zafan's closest advisors, Deacon Marmon, was a secret chaos worshipper who slowly but surely twisted the Cardinal's perception. He convinced the Cardinal that he was the chosen one, a living saint of the Emperor, and that his vision of heresy was absolute. The extremism set in.
If you're part of the Imperium, you basically need a policy of killing all your leaders, like every 10 years or so. Because every single time there's something that goes wrong, it's always the fucking Chaos Gods. Like, it's always an advisor or a second in command that gets corrupted by chaos and then somehow corrupts their leader. And then that just causes so much shit for the Imperium to deal with.
And the Cardinal decided that it was time for another holy war against the faithless. The issue though is that by this point, the Cardinal's definition of the faithless was pretty different to a lot of others. He took his huge following to Vrax Prime, where he was able to sway the entire planet into believing in him, other than the Adeptus Arbites, but those dudes were always going to be a tough nut to crack. The Inquisition was like, fuck this guy, so they sent a Vindicare assassin to snipe him. However, due to some fancy self-defense device, the bullet was blocked, and the Cardinal survived. The attempted assassination did seem to back up the Cardinal's point though, hence the entirety of Vrax exploded into rebellion, and quickly seceded from the Imperium. Whoops. At this point, there wasn't obvious signs of chaos corruption, just a crazy Cardinal who was abusing his power. The world was too defended to just orbitally bomb, plus it was a key supply world, so the Imperium preferred to maintain its infrastructure, hence the Death Corps of Krieg were deployed. Unbreakable men and women with hard-ons for trenches and barbed wire. It was a match made in heaven. The war was to be simple. Send in a bunch of Kriegsmen, watch a lot of Kriegsmen die, watch a lot of Kriegsmen kick ass, and claim victory within 12 years. Yeah, needless to say, that didn't fucking happen. I mean, the Kriegsmen dying and kicking ass part did, but the 12 years, not so much. The Cardinal's army was made up of about 8...
Because every fucking war in Warhammer 40k lasts for decades, if not thousands of years. So of course it wouldn't have lasted only 12 years. The Kriegsmen, though, are they normal humans? Just normal humans, nothing special, no implants. They're not like the Ultramarines or Marines of any kind. They're just normal humans. VAT-grown. Although, at this point, according to many people, most people are VAT-grown to some extent, or a lot of people are VAT-grown. VAT-grown, 17-year-old fanatics. They are normal, but just VAT-grown. Kriegsmen are a regiment of God from a specific world, Krieg. They are regular humans. Are humans, but not normal, VAT-grown? Well, aren't a lot of people VAT-grown these days in the 40k universe? Not all, obviously. There's still natural births. Because for some reason, no matter how bad shit gets, humans always still find a little bit of time for fucking. As normal as you can get. Probably just Kriegs, VAT-grown, since it's heresy.
Million soldiers that were reasonably well armed and trained. They had a lot of supplies and ample time to prepare. They were dug in as fuck. The Imperium was right to send in the Death Corps, but it wasn't taking Vrax super seriously. They had run the numbers and were confident in their victory. The commanding officer for the siege was also a young, untested man who was put there due to his family's influence and power. They would later come to regret this act of nepotism. Actually landing on the planet wasn't too hard. The Cardinal had grouped his entire fuck-huge army into one multi-layered stronghold, and he didn't have a fleet to prevent the Imperium's arrival, hence millions of soldiers landed and prepared for war, only a couple thousand k's away from their final target, the Citadel. The war began with the noise of 1,000 Earthshaker cannons opening fire. Both sides began to bomb the shit out of each other. Due to the long range difference, the majority of the shells missed. Using this engagement as a distraction, the Death Corps of Krieg advanced in the enemy position and began setting up trenches to get closer to the target. Over the next little while, these trenches got closer and closer to the enemy's position, whilst artillery and supplies were slowly moved up as well. After a shitload more shelling, and when I say a shitload I mean it, the first of the Death Corps of Krieg bayonet charged at the enemy lines. This did not go well. Thousands of Kriegsmen were cut down by an onslaught of bullets and bombs. Those that had somehow made it to the enemy lines were torn apart by the zealous defenders. Despite literally getting caked in the gore of their fellow Kriegsmen, the second wave of men charged without hesitation and died without hesitation. It was an unstoppable force versus an immovable object situation. Both sides had unlimited morale, so suicidal charges were a huge vibe. After a lot of death, the Kriegsmen stopped charging, which the heretics took as an invitation to have their own suicidal charge. Yeah, needless to say, charging a Kriegsman in his own trench is a terrible idea. Hence the heretics died like the sons of whores they were. By the end of the first 3 days, the sight of mangled corpses and stench of death and gunpowder coated the entire battlefield. The war entered a stalemate. Neither side committed to an all-in...
Wait, they however believe that only in service to the Emperor can they atone for their ancestors' sins and are fanatical about dying in combat. The commissars in charge of Krieg regiments have to stop the guard from charging the enemy and dying instead of the other way around. Lol. Alright, well, I guess this is what you get when you get fanatical fanatics, right? This is why I don't like the Imperium. No regard for life at all. Well, would you have regard for life when you are in a galaxy where everything is trying to kill you? You wouldn't care about life much at all, either. Because if you do care about one life, you probably lose your entire civilization.
Charge for over a year as they instead bombed, sniped, and raided each other where they could. Despite the lack of Leroy Jenkins tier charging, thousands...
Grofile, the reason you Tau care about your fucking troops is because 1, you're a bunch of communist scumbags, and 2, there's not many of you. You guys can't afford to send units to their deaths because you would be fucking wiped out. You're a young nation, now sit the fuck down and let the granddaddies of the universe have it out amongst themselves, right? You guys just calm down, sit down, you're not part of the conversation yet. Thank you.
Thousands were still dying each day. Eventually, the Death Corps were able to break through a small chink in the heretics' armor. Some Kriegsmen got into the enemy bunkers and desperately fought to hold their gains, whilst reinforcements arrived. If it had been anyone else, the heretics could have pushed them out and resumed the stalemate. But these were the guys and gal of Krieg. More Kriegsmen poured into the breach, and after some intense close-quarter combat, which involved a lot of flamethrowers and bludgeoning bitches with shovels, the outer walls and defenses of Rax had fallen. It appeared to be time to attack the second layer of defense. Except it fucking wasn't. A huge enemy counterattack was launched that caught the Imperial forces off guard. Dozens of thousands on each side died daily as the war turned into an absolute mess. Consolidating ground became nearly impossible. This back and forth battle continued for quite a long time, both sides gaining then giving up ground. It honestly made the first part of the war look like a jello fight with a Brazilian prostitute. After 7 years of fighting, shit hit the fan.
But Magicoon, I feel like the shit had already hit the fan. You know, cause millions of people had died.
Shut your fucking mouth to me before I sign you up to singing Cardinal Zafan's sermons. Yes, things had been hectic, but it was about to get even more so. See, a bunch of Alpha Legionnaires came out of fucking nowhere and bolstered the defenders of Rax. The reasoning is not entirely clear, as the appearance of the Traitor Marines sparked an extreme response for the Imperium in turn. I believe that Amigon sent those Marines in to make the Imperium take Rax more seriously, so the Imperium could achieve victory. Cause you know, Amigon, or maybe Alfarius, is loyalist. The first to answer this call were the...
Wait, what? Wait, so he's arguing that Alfarius tricked them into joining. Yeah, I'm aware that it is speculation, because he did say, like, he said the guy's original name and they said maybe Alfarius, and Alfarius is the We Are Alfarius, one of the twins, right? Or I'm Alfarius. That's the Alpha Legion. We don't actually know if they're good guys or bad guys. Alpha Legion, it's a mess on whose side they are. No one ever knows what Alfarius or Alpha Legion is doing. Oh my god. So basically, we don't know. We just know he sent them in. Although sending them in would have been a mistake then. Because as soon as he sent them in, this is what the Imperium. This is when the Imperium realized, okay, shit, there's chaos here. Let's fucking go. Send in exterminatus.
Dark Angels. Oh shit. Who quickly went about sabotaging and taking over the enemy's starport, which deprived the enemy of easy access to off-world reinforcements and supplies. This is Vrax though, so while I do stand by the fact that it was quick, a shitload of Dark Angels died, a mega fucktillion heretics died, and a whole bunch of Alpha Legionnaires died. After 9 years, there was no end in sight, and the grueling high casualty war continued. Each meter of ground that the Death Corps of Krieg claimed could be measured in the blood of thousands. But eventually, through extreme effort and strokes of tactical genius, the heretics were losing ground. If it wasn't abundantly clear by now, Cardinal Zerfan was now a chaos-worshipping fanatic. I love the jump from, I am literally Jesus, to, I suck Satan's cock, that he did, but hey, the path to hell is paved with good intentions. With his mortal army failing him, Zerfan allowed his chaotic sorcerers to perform their magic. Foremost, they sent out a signal, an invitation. Vrax was a fucking blood orgy and everyone is invited. A huge armada of chaos ships formed and beeline for Vrax. Despite a valiant effort by Imperial ships to stop them, the armada was able to unload a shitload of bad guys onto the planet, including World Eaters and Iron Warrior Space Marines. Shit just hit the fan. Again.
Yeah.
While the Chaos Fleet had been heading over, the legendary armies of Krieg once again attacked the enemy's position. The Citadel was the most fortified structure on the planet by far, and taking it would be a bitch, but for the last decade, Krieg had been fucking bitches, so they charged onwards and inch by inch made more and more ground. And that's when it all went to hell. The huge load of bad guys had arrived, and they did so in style. All the gains that the armies of the Imperium had suffered for years to make were wiped out in an instant. Caught out berserkers tore through Kriegsmen like butter. The Death Corps fought on valiantly, but they just weren't ready for this kind of shit.
Dude, that is a fuck up.
The enemy's outer defenses were re-established, and the end of the war, which was in sight,
no, you take care of yourself. Thanks for hanging out.
It now appeared that a genuine Chaos victory was more than possible. Oh yeah, and the traitors had brought Titans with them. Fuck. With things in such a disastrous state, the High Commander of the Siege of Vrax was fired and replaced with a much more experienced and trusted leader. He requested the support of Titans, more firepower, and more soldiers as the Death Guard began arriving on Vrax and turning large parts of it into a decayed cesspit. At this point, it wasn't even the Siege of Vrax anymore, it was the clusterfuck of Vrax. There was no defined battle lines, and the objective wasn't even to take the Citadel anymore. It was to survive until the Titans arrived, and then hopefully they could do their work. The Cardinal wasn't remotely in charge anymore. He had no command over any of the traitor Space Marines running around, nor did he control the legions of cultists, mutants, and beastmen they had brought with them. Even his own men were kind of doing their own thing, so no, he just sat in his bunker, poured himself a pint, and waited for the whole thing to blow over. The Imperium was tired, worn down and wounded, and incredibly pissed off. So very, very pissed off. So pissed in fact, that they were like, fuck this shit, let's counterattack. So after a year of consolidating and preparing, they sent in everything they had. All the men, tanks, titans and bombs that they could. Once more, the men and women of Krieg charge.
Dude, the way he describes this, I would love to see that visually. Like, just imagine. Imagine that sight of a bunch of fucking titans, tanks, space marines, everything just fucking marching on this this cathedral, this final stronghold. That would be so epic. This is why more people need to make games or series in the 40k universe. There's so many tremendous fucking cinematical shots that you can get from this fucking world.
Bayonets ready into oblivion. Ground was gained, many died, Titans fought Titans as Chaos Marines tore through Guardsmen. It was pretty fucking sweet. After a few days, the Loyalists were winning. A dozen chaotic Titans brought down, a ton of dead traitor Marines, and countless heretical cocksuckers were massacred. Things were looking up, but the war was not yet done. At the same time as that engagement, the Imperial forces had sent thousands of men to dig underground and blow up a bunch of shit. After a year of digging and dying, you know, hard to run away from a Khornite Berserker when you're underground, they also succeeded, and boy did they blow some shit up. As we know by now, any progress the armies of the Imperium would make would be short-lived, and sure enough, the next line of defense appeared to be impossible to crack. The enemy had plenty of planes, fortifications, and a way better position. On top of that, the Chaos Space Marines were still wrecking absolute tits. Not all the Titans could be committed to the curtain wall, as they were still needed on the flanks, especially the ones where Chaos Astartes were present. Another year passed, millions more died, and next to no ground was gained. The Imperial forces were out of the come zone, but the result of the war was still uncertain. They needed that special source to break through. The fact that the High Lords of Terror were no longer vibing Vrax and would begin to reduce the amount of resources available, hence extending the siege out for a dozen more years, didn't help at all. The High Commander was like, ah fuck, and he knew that he had about a year or two to win the war or it would never be won. Hence he enlisted the aid of the Red Scorpion Space Marines, who were like, fuck yeah, and then they just straight up teleported a bunch of Terminators into the heart of the enemy forces. Metal as fuck. The enemy was in disarray, which is common when a bunch of Terminators teleport right in front of you and murder the
Wait, teleport? Who's the Red Scorpions again? Who's their Primarch? Yeah, this is actually very long. There's teleportation in 40k. Yeah, but who's the Red Scorpions? Terminators can teleport into battle, yes. They don't have a Primarch. Wait, how can they not have a Primarch? Did their Primarch die? It's a chapter, not Legion. Okay, but how can the chapter... They are a chapter of an unknown Legion. They are a successor chapter of unknown origins. Okay, you guys use successor chapter as if I should understand what the fuck that means. So they succeeded another... What chapter died for them to be succeeded by the Red Scorpions? They have no Primarch. It's just weird. How can they... this is another thing that I'm probably going to have to learn at some point. Of the Heresy, the legions were broken up into chapters of 1,000 Marines each. Of the Horus Heresy, Space Marine legions were divided into Space Marine chapters of 1,000 Marines each. Legions got split into chapters after the Heresy. Don't know which the Scorpio Boys came from. Oh, so that's what Successor Legion... So... They could have been from any of the existing Marine chapters, but we don't know because they were basically split up and each of them were left to do their own thing. Okay, this makes sense.
Shit out of you and your mates. With this breach in the enemy lines secured, progress could once again be made, and holy shit, no expense was spared. It kind of feels like I'm that dude from that old surf video.
You just drop in and just smack the lip, whoop-ah, drop down, snap, ah.
With how I'm explaining these battles, but that's kind of how it was. Led by an army of Space Marines, the Death Corps of Krieg, a fuckload of tanks, and some Titans, the Imperial forces were able to push through to the next line of defense. All that stood in the Imperium's path to the Citadel was the Great Curtain Wall. The Red Scorpions withdrew to honor their dead, and victory was in sight. Until it fucking wasn't, so the Inquisition saw the future. And the future said that in an act of bad sportsmanship, the last defenders of Vrax would let demons rape their tits and turn the entire planet into a demon world, which would be a huge pain in the ass for the Imperium. Hence Inquisitor Lord Hector Rex took command of the entire war, adding inquisitorial troops, including fucking Grey Knights, to the effort. The Red Hunters, who drink Inquisitor cum like Kool-Aid, also joined the effort, whilst envoys were sent out to see if the Dark Angels and the Red Scorpions wanted to return to Vrax to finish what they started. There would be one final mega push, the Battle of all battles. All the defenders had gathered to protect the curtain wall. Plague zombies rose in their thousands. Khornite berserkers prepared to charge. Absolute chaos erupted as toxic gas, las fire, and the unending thum of artillery exploded everywhere. Thousands more died, and finally, after over a decade of fighting, the defenders' morale began to collapse as defeat seemed inevitable. But Lord Zulfor, the leader of the Skull Takers, who were a Khornite warband, wouldn't have a bar of it. Zufar began to unite the various chaotic warbands into a unified force. It's kinda ironic that a Khornite berserker would be the one to do that. He killed numerous Chaos Lords and took their forces for himself before throwing Cardinal Zafan into a cage. He was now lord of whatever was left of Vrax, and he intended to inflict as much death and bloodshed as possible with a unified force and the potential for a fuck-huge demonic army at his back.
Wait, okay, what are these things? We know where most successive chapters come from. Raid Scorpions are just unknown. Okay. As Ower said, theirs were lost. Their records were lost in history. Tequila, how you doing, bro? Corn Berserkers. Ah. So the boys that basically just want to fucking fight for fighting's sake. Okay, this makes sense.
Back if he could build a warp portal in time. While Zufar was staging his coup, the defenders on the curtain wall finally collapsed. Too many had died. They had no more food or ammunition. After penetrating wall after wall, line after line, the Citadel was in sight, the final target to bring this vicious war to an end. After some preparation and political meddling by external forces, what was left of the armies of Krieg charged forward onto their final target, as the united force of Lord Zufar charged out to meet them. A huge battle raged, where demonic activity was becoming more and more apparent. The Grey Knights, who had been in reserve, were finally deployed and they joined the fighting. This battle would go on for months. I'm honestly beyond describing how fucked it is. I just feel exhausted thinking about that. When you hear the phrase final push, you think, oh yeah, a couple hours, last push, win the day. Nah, not at Vrax, where a final push can take years. The Imperial forces reached the Citadel and they began climbing up its slopes. This would be the most vicious part of the entire war. Honestly, you'd have a higher survival rate if you jumped into a meat grinder than this final part of the story. The Death Corps of Krieg knew this and pushed onwards anyway. Each meter of ground they claimed was met with disaster. Trap after trap was sprung, and even loyalist space marines were like lambs to the slaughter, with the Red Hunters losing 150 brothers in one engagement. Even the god machines of Mars were being taken down. Still, the attackers push onwards, with the Lord Inquisitor Hector Rex personally leading the battle from the front. It was only due to his efforts and the Grey Knights that they were finally able to get a good foothold in the Citadel. But the battle was far from over. For the next part of the most drawn-out final push in the history of Warhammer lore, the Red Scorpions had returned in force, and were ready to finish what they started 5 years ago. The assistance of the Red Scorpions was a huge asset for the Loyalists, as it forced the Defenders, or whatever the fuck was left of them, to reveal their trap card, an entire legion of Khornite demons. Nice. The Red Scorpions fought through the demons and secured their objective. Now it was up to Lord Hector Rex and his Grey Knights to push through the front, whilst an army of Kriegsmen breached the underground catacombs and launched their attack from there. Now Hector wasn't just some snotty-nosed inquisitor. The man was a beast and was personally blessed by the Emperor. Like, he wore hectic Inquisitor power armor and he led Grey Knights from the front. As Hector and friends cut their way through brass demons, bloodletters and other nasty red things, boss music started playing. Angrath, the mightiest of the bloodthirsters, emerged and he licked some Grey Knight tits. Almost the entirety of Hector's Astartes squad was wiped until it was just him and the angry demon. Hector, being the beast that he is, somehow managed to 1v1 the greatest bloodthirster around, and he sent the monster screaming back to hell. As Angrath was—
Wait, he beat Angarath? But how though? Are Inquisitors actually that fucking powerful? You do not fuck with the Grey Knights? Just keep piling on the bodies to win, very useful. Well, the problem is that every single one of these bodies that they sacrifice goes to the warp. Right? So every single one of these soldiers that die in this war basically just feeds the warp even more. So you are effectively fighting a very, very fucking losing battle. Like, you are going to lose this eventually. Maybe not now, but eventually you will lose.
Was banished, the Dark Angel successor chapter, the Angels of Absolution, arrived. They were like, yo, we will help you, but we call dibs on the Alpha Legionnaires. And Hector was like, what? Why? You know what? Fuck it. Sure, you can have them. I am sick of this shit. With Angarath banished and the Angels' arrival, the battle was more of a massacre than anything. Very few Traitor Marines remained, most had died and even more had fled. Even Zuffor, the Lord of Khorne, had left the planet. His objective to rack up the highest possible body count had been achieved. Ironically, the Alpha Legionnaires who first arrived on Vrax and who invited all the other Traitor Marines to join the fun were still around. That's right, the slippery Alpha Legion performed a last stand and were cut down and captured to the man by the Dark Angels, whilst the Berserkers of Khorne retreated to fight another day. What the fuck? So by this point, the last of the defenders were literally just batshit insane mutants who had been twisted by the warp. The last time a sane heretical soldier had been encountered on Vrax was some time ago. Whilst these demonic defenders were able to give you nightmares, they were no match for the Death Corps of Krieg with their Space Marine allies. Soon the last of the demons were banished and their warp portal was destroyed. Any remaining defenders were put out of their misery. The Cardinal who started it all, Mr. Zarfan, was found, and boy oh boy did he get his share of karma. He had been turned into
Wait, what's the Dark Angels, Swanky Tiger? The Dark Angels, he made it sound like the Dark Angels is part of the Imperium. So what do they do with their prisoners? Just normal torture? And I realize saying that is quite weird. Is it just normal torture or is it like fucking much worse than just torture? Torture them and then kill them. Founding chapter of the Primaric Leon L. Nelson. They are a Space Marine chapter who go about finding traitor members from their chapter. And, well, I don't actually know what they do after capturing them. They are known for secrecy and interrogation. What is that? To make them repent. Oh, shit. Well, that's probably why they're called the fucking Dark Angels, right? But I don't think they do any particular thing.
Kid you not,
Fuck.
a Down syndrome mass of writhing tentacles. Not in like a boss battle way, I mean in like a severely disabled way. The Grey Knights incinerated him. 14 million dead Kriegsmen. All 8 million defenders killed. Hundreds of Space Marines lost. Dozens of Titans fallen. Countless tanks destroyed, and millions upon millions of artillery shells expended. For the entire 17 years, there was non-stop artillery bombardment.
Jeez.
The Death Corps of Krieg had been sent feet first into hell, and they had emerged on the other side. No other regiment could have achieved what they did. No other regiment would be able to endure the horrors of Vrax and come out sane. They had fought every nightmare Chaos had to throw at them, and they were not found wanting. The siege of Vrax wasn't a planet-wide war, it was literally a siege of one hyper-defended fortress. By the end of the war, Vrax was so damaged and corrupted that any hopes of reclaiming its armories and supplies was long gone. The entire system was put into quarantine and declared a no-fly zone, and the veterans of Vrax were shipped off to new war zones soon after. So what did we learn today, team? Well, sometimes just exterminating your problems at the start is the way to go. Electing religious fanatics as leaders isn't a smart idea, and using an army of 15-year-old vat-grown clones with gas mask glued to their face is fucking awesome. If you enjoyed the video and you want to support the channel, then pay—
I would say, though, the problem with that selecting fanatical leaders is the fucking Imperium is run by fanatical leaders. So, of course, they're going to choose fanatical leaders where they can fucking go. I want to recommend, by the way. Drilling, how you doing, bro? Suggest it on the on the Reddit page, bro. If you want to, if you think there's a video that I should watch, just head over to Reddit and post it there. That way, everyone can upvote and we can see who gets the most upvotes, so that I watch the videos that you guys want to see most of, instead of just, you know, watching videos. Because everyone has a video that they want me to see. But it doesn't mean that everyone wants to see the video that, you know, someone wants me to see.
Patreon is the place to be, where only $1 per month give you access to a boatload of hentai, including this original piece, which is suitably named The Death Whores of, Craig. Yeah, I don't think Craig's copyrighted. Hit the subscribe button, then hit the real subscribe button for more explosive content that induces mass
Dude, what a way to have a Patreon. I should just start doing that. Just get like artists to make really naughty pictures of like World of Warcraft stuff. That will absolutely get people to sign up to Patreon.
Death. Join the Discord for more memes, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Am I missing something? Because he always goes, peace. Like closing his eyes and shit to say peace. Is that something in the Warhammer 40k universe that is there something that does this? Is this something that's relevant, or is it just sort of his thing? So it's just his thing of going peace. I was not sure because he always does it, and I was just like, dude, is there someone in the Warhammer universe that does this? I'm not entirely sure what the fuck. I'm not sure what's going on. All right, just hit !react. There you go. There's the Reddit link. For all of you fucks that want me to react to videos, this was a very, very, very good fucking video. I approve of it. So thank you very much, Metal Fan from Hal, for suggesting it. This was really cool. Really fun to watch. He was originally just cupping his mouth, but after a while, he starts memeing it up. I mean, whatever works for you, right? Those are the kinds of things that that gets people excited. So if it works for you, it fucking works for you. What is this? Susan Calloway and Final Fantasy XIV. Why no new Final Fantasy vocal work? Huh. I also got 3 upvotes. Let's see.
The following video contains FF14 story spoilers from A Realm Reborn to Heavensward.
Alright. No. This song gets you so much fucking copyright, bro. Like, instant copyright as soon as you play this goddamn song. Why are you playing this fucking song, bro? Is he just playing the whole fucking goddamn song here? I think he's just playing the whole fucking song. So I'm just gonna skip because it's immediate copyright as soon as you play that fucking song.
Susan Calloway is a professional singer, songwriter, and
she's
vocalist residing in the United States. She began her singer-songwriter career in a band called Red Sea, which was popular in the US. After some time, Susan left to pursue a career as a solo artist and released her first EP, called Chasing the Sun, in 2010. She has pursued a solo career ever since, and has released a number of tracks and albums, and is still doing so as of today, alongside many other projects.
I don't know her.
However, her career as a vocalist is one of the main ways her popularity has grown, especially in communities like FF14 and the video games industry overall. We begin in 2009.
Bro, I will never be able to fucking monetize this video. There is no chance of monetizing this goddamn video. There's just no chance. She's singing way too much, and this guy is literally playing every single one of the fucking songs. Oh my god, bro.
Susan Calloway performed at Distant Worlds in Chicago. There she performed the vocals for the song Memoro della Stono, one of the main themes for FF14's predecessor and popular MMORPG, Final Fantasy XI. This song was also worked on by Nobu Uematsu, and he was in attendance when she sang the vocals for the song. It's not confirmed, but I believe this is where Nobu first heard Susan sing live. But she did perform other Final Fantasy tracks afterwards at Distant Worlds 2 in 2010. Like Melodies of Life from Final Fantasy IX,
She does have a
Suzuki
beautiful
Dene
voice,
from Final Fantasy X, and Kiss Me Goodbye from Final Fantasy XII.
Marshall 3, it's at the top of the page.
These must have left enough of a lasting impression on the legendary composer that he requested that
I just want to point out, if you don't like this video, you guys should have been on the Reddit to fucking upvote different videos. I don't make the rules. I am literally watching what the fuck you guys tell me to watch. And that's what you do on the Reddit page. Tell me what to watch. Mr. Juicer, how you doing, bro? Of course, she has a good voice, almost like she was a professional singer or something. Dude, just because you're a professional singer does not mean you have a good voice. Britney Spears was a professional singer, and she did not have a good voice. Like, professional singer means fuck all these days.
That she be the vocalist for Answers in FF14 as the game was in development. In fact, Nobu personally requested Susan herself as his only candidate for the song. We don't know much about the process and if others were in the running, but given Nobu's status with Square Enix at the time, it's likely this was more than enough for everyone involved, and Susan would go on to sing the vocals for Answers. Susan would continue to be a regular singer at Distant Worlds and other Square Enix related live events, where she would sing Answers, along with every other song she would be a vocalist for in FF14. She would also sing many of the most popular vocal tracks
Spencer, what's
from the
gonna make you
game
cry?
series.
Why do you want to
This extends
cry?
all the way to the present day, as Susan is confirmed to be in attendance at Distant Worlds venues in the US in 2022 and 2023. Showing that her involvement with Square Enix is still ongoing. Back
Wait
to
a second.
FF14.
Isn't the video sort of asking why they won't work with her anymore?
In 2011, Susan would perform Answers live for the first time to the audience of Distant Worlds, and other similar events for the next couple years. Not long after, as the sun set on 1.0, with War and Calamity ushering in 2.0 A Realm Reborn, Susan Calloway and Answers were one of the guiding lights of this transition. Players and fans quickly became enraptured with the song, and as a result,
Still one of
Susan's
my favorite
popularity
songs from
began to
Final Fantasy
skyrocket
XIV,
in its community, which only continued to uptrend as FF14 exploded in popularity due to its successful relaunch. Her name and voice became known outside FF14 circles, as the game's popularity spread and millions more players signed up. Susan would be called back to work with FF14's first expansion, Heavensward, where she would sing the vocals for its main theme, Dragon Song.
Children of the land, do you hear?
I love this song too! Fuck!
Echoes of truth.
Bro, listening to this music makes me want to play.
Two souls intertwined, one true love they did find, bringing land and heavens near. But
This new theme song was met with praise the world over, and would further rise Susan's star and popularity with the FF14 community. In 2015, days before the release of Heavensward, Susan performed at E3 in Los Angeles, where she was also invited to do an interview with Fox News Entertainment, where she discussed her involvement with Final Fantasy and the upcoming launch of her EP.
Final Fantasy is one of the biggest selling video game franchises in history, and now the theme song for version 14 has made relatively
I love how whenever people in the mainstream media speak, they don't have a fucking clue what's going on around them. And now, as they gear up for Final Fantasy version 14, it's like, dude, what the fuck are you? What are you talking about? Version 14. Like, there's different versions of Final Fantasy. Oh, we didn't like version 13, so we thought we'd make it better with version 14. Like, dude, that's not how this. Like, you couldn't even have done a little bit of fucking research in this thing. Like, version suggests that it's the same thing, just multiple versions of the same thing. This is not the same thing. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Just downvoting everything in Reddit. Who though? Master Shaw.
Unknown singer Susan Calloway, a star.
No one can be more surprised than me. I mean, I never expected to get involved in a project like this, and let alone to be received by the fans so much as I have has been amazing, because now I have all these new fans that I would have never, maybe my music would never even cross paths with them. So it's been very unusual.
As Heaven's Ward and Dragon Song became worldwide successes, Susan attended FF14 FanFest in 2016 and 2017, where she performed Dragon Song live on stage, along with answers of course. 2017 would be another important time for Susan and Final Fantasy XIV, with the release of the Stormblood expansion in June of that year. Susan once again returned to work on FF14, singing the vocals for the expansion's new theme song.
Jesus, Final Fantasy really knows how to stick with what works. Like, yeah, you did the theme song for Final Fantasy A Realm Reborn. You did the theme song for Final Fantasy Heaven's Ward, and we think we'll bring you back for Final Fantasy Stormblood. Why not? Let's do another one. Like, the first two were great. We're not gonna branch out. We're not gonna try anyone else. Just you. That's it. About COD for a while? I guess you can say that about many games, right? I'll check it out. Master Shaw, I'm not entirely sure who would do that, but that just means you guys have to counteract it with more upvotes.
Revolutions.
Song isn't as good as the first two. It's not bad, but not as good as the first two.
Revolutions, like the theme songs that came before it, were met with praise by the players.
Lease.
And Susan's voice would aid with bringing it to life and carrying the expansion forward. This latest appearance set the trend in place. Susan had performed the main theme songs for A Realm Reborn and both of its expansions.
Yep.
So expectations were that this would continue. Susan would go on to perform these theme songs at FanFest 2018 and 2019, as she had done with the previous FanFests. 2019 was another big year for FF14, with the release of its latest expansion. Shadowbringers is the game's third expansion, marking the
This was the expansion that exploded everything, bro. This is the expansion that started the rise, the true rise of Final Fantasy XIV. And it's the one fucking expansion I still haven't played. Well, two, if you include Endwalker, but that one doesn't count.
The next chapter in our journey. But this is also where our investigation begins. The FF14 community, myself included, were quite surprised when the main theme song was released.
Wait, I can't look at that. That might be, like, fucking spoiler. Six Axis, how you doing, brother? I'm not watching. I'm reading chat.
Named after the expansion, served as the main theme song. It was composed by both Nobuo Uematsu and Masayoshi Soken, with the arrangement being done by Soken himself. The lyrics were written by Michael Christopher.
Stop showing
Koji
footage,
Fox.
you fucking asshole.
The vocals for the song featured two artists. Jason Charles Miller was the male vocal artist for the second half
Can I
of
watch
the
now?
song,
Or?
while a new female vocalist, Amanda Akin, made her FF14 debut with Shadowbringers. This was the first FF14 theme song since Answers that didn't feature
Alright,
Susan
I'm not
Calloway
looking,
as
I'm
the
not looking.
vocalist. Nonetheless, the song would be met with critical praise by not only our community, but the gaming industry overall. Yet many players were confused as to why Susan didn't return. Many like myself expected that she might do a
Alright,
song
okay, we
during
can
the
watch now, we can
expansion's
watch now.
life cycle.
I'm not
but no such
stopping.
performance appeared. The time during Shadowbringers would be a difficult one for everyone due to the pandemic. No live performances were made during this time, so for Susan in Final Fantasy, this was a quiet time in relation to live events. As news started to trickle in towards the end of Shadowbringers about the next expansion, players had an excitement that hadn't been felt in years. Pretty soon, Endwalker,
Oh, welcome back, bro.
FF14's fourth expansion would be announced, as well as some information about its story. This expansion would be closing the book that was started in FF14 1.0,
Now I can't
drawing
watch
many
it.
of its storylines to their conclusions. This included that of Hydaelyn and Zodiark, which would serve as a main plot point of the expansion.
Look, chat, I'm reading chat. I'm not watching what's on the screen right now. So you guys don't have to worry. I'm just reading chat, right? I have no idea what is going on, so I'm not being spoiled. I'm just reading until you guys tell me, okay, it's enough. You don't have to worry about it now.
As a result, player excitement grew to new heights. Given Hydaelyn would be a main focus, many expected Susan's return for Endwalker. Ever since performing Answers all
Fuck
those
you,
years
Evans.
ago, and with each expansion, the community had given her the title Voice of Hydaelyn. As a result, it was an expectation for Susan to reprise her role once again with a main theme song. The beginning of 2021 dawned, and the player base was treated to the first teaser trailers, with a full trailer with all the vocals being posted in May of that year.
Well, that's an upbeat song for Final Fantasy.
Endwalker Footfalls was the main theme of the release trailer and the opening of the Endwalker expansion. The song was composed
Why
by
are you guys getting
Masayoshi
triggered?
Soken and arranged by both him and the Primals band. The lyrics were once again written by Michael Christopher Koji Fox. This song had 3 main vocals in its composition. Reused vocals by Jason Miller were used in parts of it. The main male vocals at the start of the song were performed by Sam Carter, lead singer in the band Architects.
I don't know any of these
vocalist for the
singers.
theme of Endwalker was performed by Amanda Akin, making her return after doing Shadowbringers.
I don't know any of these people.
Now, do not get me wrong. Players, myself included, love this song so much. But it's fair to say many of us were very surprised, even shocked, that Susan Calloway didn't mark her return, given the story theme of the expansion. This is when theories started to run wild regarding what happened, and why Susan Calloway had suddenly dropped off from performing in FF14. Different renditions of Answers would be featured in Endwalker with Susan's previous vocals, such as the theme for the main
It's
fight
such a
against
good game,
Hydaelyn
bro.
herself,
It's
which in
such
my
a
opinion
good
was a
game.
perfect match.
I know I still have to catch up. This is why I'm not allowed to watch my screen. Because someone decided to suggest a video that is literally so full of fucking spoilers, it's not even fucking funny. I can't believe you would suggest a video that has so many spoilers that watching it means I don't even have to play the fucking game. I'm not watching anything. I'm just reading chat, and I see you guys freaking the fuck out about whatever's going on the screen.
We know she's still involved with Square Enix, given she does the vocals for songs at Distant Worlds.
I just want to say, for anyone that is new to the channel but not sure what the whole Final Fantasy thing is about, there is no fantasy universe more protective and downright anal, and not the good anal, about spoilers than the Final Fantasy XIV universe. You are not allowed to do spoilers. At all. At all. It is one of the only communities I have ever come across that if you were to, say, for example, know someone that works at Square Enix and you got some information on the hush-hush about things that is coming in the next expansion, if you leaked that shit, like if you made a video on your channel telling people what is coming in the next expansion, in all other universes, that would lead to your channel exploding with more views and more fucking subscribers and shit. In Final Fantasy's universe, you'd probably kill your channel. Like, all of your Final Fantasy viewers will literally unsubscribe and never watch you again. They'll just be like, nope. It is like the cardinal fucking sin. You do not spoil Final Fantasy. You do not spoil that story. And you understand why when you actually play the game. If you spoil anything in Final Fantasy, it's all lost. Like, that world thrives on mystery. You need that mystery for things to make sense, because everything's connected. Literally from the first moment that you start playing right up until the last moments of Endwalker, it's all connected to each other. So spoiling something will just spoil the story for people.
But this only doubled the speculation. No announcements or posts were ever made by Square Enix or Susan regarding them parting ways. Susan did post that she was not to be doing any vocals for the game, but didn't remark it as a departure from the series. I myself joined in on the speculation, wondering why this turn was made. We never got any official response from Square Enix.
I'm not watching the screen.
But Susan has stated hers many times, and in her official response when I contacted her. I am so happy to hear that the community as a whole appreciates my work and has missed me being involved. I have missed it as well. I am still involved with Distant Worlds and will be starting to join them on many of the shows this fall and next year too. As for singing more songs in FF14, I would love to. I just had not been asked to do so. My only guess is that my involvement with the game was directly related to Nobu when he was writing for FF14. When he stepped back from working on the music, I was not asked to be a part of things anymore. I don't know why, to be honest.
Wow.
Now, it's not uncommon for a game or
That's
a
quite
movie series
heavy.
to switch vocalists or even voice actors during a long series. But with no announcements made, there was no sign of such, which left the community to start drawing their own conclusions. Now, before I continue, I do not support the flaming or negative posting about any person. My video isn't about this either. It's merely to answer the question of why, based on community discussions and actions, my own queries with fellow players and fans, as well as that of Square Enix and Susan Calloway. In the FF14 community,
I would have
there's a majority
appreciated
that
a
loves
spoiler
Susan's
warning on the
vocals in
video,
theme
to be
songs.
honest.
But at the same time, she has her detractors.
I mean,
Many
nothing for me was spoiled because what little images I did see had no context. I saw a guy swinging a giant axe, and then I looked away because I realized I had never seen that cinematic before. So none of the spoilers I've seen have been none of the images that I've seen have been spoilers because I had no context to what the fuck I saw. But a spoiler warning would have been, I think, okay in this regard. Just sort of saying, hey, there's going to be a spoiler here.
felt that Susan's vocal ability had peaked when it came to new theme songs.
Wild Boy, no, I haven't.
Others would speak about just how much freedom she has as a vocalist when it comes to singing a theme song like Dragon Song.
I don't have a
or
choice, Foul
Revolutions.
Smoke. It was suggested.
Did she sing the songs her way or how they wanted her to sing? This may have caused issues with vocal ability, such as scoring high or low notes as the composer wanted. And then there are some who would say her voice is just deteriorated, something which befalls many vocalists. I personally don't support this, as I've heard her perform live many times,
Okay.
and her voice didn't show any signs of such. Then you have the rest, who just wanted a new vocalist to refresh the experience, as many game titles have done in the past. This is pretty normal behaviour for fans and everybody else. There is no performer in the world loved 100% by
I would like to say that this, to me, is a bit of a nothing burger. Like, I do think the whole, like, let's talk about why. It's a bit of a nothing burger. It's like, okay, so they decided to go with a different fucking singer for the next cinematic. Like, I don't know why that is, like, why are the fans like, oh my fucking god, how dare they? It's like, the other fucking theme songs are good too. It's fine. Like, I don't understand. Like, what would they do if, like, you know, say for example, she just stopped singing tomorrow? Are they just not allowed to have any music in any of their cinematics ever again? Because if they're not going to use her, they're not going to fucking use anyone. You want to have this problem in WoW because there's no story in the game that you can. I sound kind of true, right?
those that see or hear them perform. Another discussion that people had was regarding Susan herself, and how she was shown in the FF14 community. Susan, like many artists, is present on social media and other mediums. People noted in the beginning Susan had very positive interactions with the community. But somewhere down the line these interactions began to change. Susan would regularly speak about her solo career in interactions with others, even when the subject was FF14. This even extended to live event meet and greets, where she would discuss her solo career first, rather than the performance that she just made. I noted as I did my research she tends to hashtag the Twitter of FF14 and Square Enix about things not even Final Fantasy.
Yeah, I think I can render a guess here. Susan Calloway was happy to springboard her career with Final Fantasy. And that's great, right? She got her big break. And now she wants to make sure that she's not just known as the Final Fantasy lady, which again is perfectly fine. Which is why she still uses the hashtags Final Fantasy 14 and Final Fantasy, because she knows that will get her views and clicks and all the rest of it. But, you know, she probably wanted to branch out, I would say. Which I can respect, because it is sort of the death of your career if the only thing that you're known for is you're the lady that sings the Final Fantasy 14 songs. I do have to say, though, apart from the Final Fantasy 14 songs, I have never heard of her. So she should probably do better at promoting her solo career, because as far as I'm concerned, she's the fucking Final Fantasy lady. And that's it.
Related. I'm not a Twitter or social media user, but I could see how such actions would paint you in a negative light, especially in today's social media landscape. As an example, it would be like being in the Discord for FF14, and a person keeps pinging you about World of Warcraft, which you have zero interest in knowing. But as I said, I'm not a user of social media, so my opinion is pretty speculative.
The stab at WoW.
As some of you know, I'm the admin of a Discord called FF14 Fan Events Discord EU. It's a community dedicated to FF14 players, and ensuring anybody attending live events like FanFest or Distant Worlds always has someone they can attend with. As a result, we attend many of the events that Susan also performs at. You get to meet with a lot of people at these events, and many of them would meet and greet with Susan and the other performers. I spoke to many people at these events, and some felt Susan was putting herself forward a bit much and hijacking conversations, even when the person was focused on somebody else. Now, this is just word of mouth I heard during and after these events. I myself interacted with Susan at these events and never picked up on any of this. I had very positive interactions with her every time. The developers and support staff of FF14 are very in tune with their players, so if the players pick up on something they don't like, it usually won't be long before they know about it. Many speculate that Susan's actions over the last few years could have tainted relations between her and FF14, which would explain her not appearing in FF14 again, but still performing at the likes of Distant Worlds. Then you have a popular theory that many subscribe to, and was pretty much confirmed by Susan herself in her response to me. When Susan was chosen to perform Answers, it was by Nobuo Uematsu, who at the time was still heavily involved with FF14. As the years went on through Heavensward and Stormblood, Masayoshi Soken took more of a leading role in the series.
Soken is a
Nobuo
fucking
Uematsu
god, bro.
distanced himself from such work in
If I'm not mistaken, that Soken guy, I think, was it him that composed the music for one of the Final Fantasy soundtracks whilst being in the hospital? I think it was him, right? Or he was receiving cancer treatment or something like that. Was it Soken? Yeah. He was busy getting cancer treatment and still fucking composing the music for the next Final Fantasy expansion, dude. That is fucking dedication. That is massive dedication.
2018 due to health reasons. So Soken took over as the main composer of FF14 around this time. It would be Soken who was the main composer for the music for the rest of Stormblood, and then Shadowbringers, which also marked the end of Susan's involvement as well. It was speculated as a result that due to Nobu's departure from FF14, Susan had lost her main connection with the developers. To quote a 2016 interview with the GG.net, Susan was asked, "It must have been quite a journey to be working beside Nobuo Uematsu while working with Final Fantasy. So, throughout that time, what was it like to work with Uematsu?" Nobu was awesome. He was super down to earth and had a great sense of humour. What I really appreciate about him is that he always wants me to put my style into his songs. He really respects me as an artist and wants to collaborate. This makes the production process really creative and fun. He is really amazing. Soken likely doesn't have the same connection with Susan that Nobu did, and thus for Shadowbringers decided to go in a new direction with a new vocalist. This would be further confirmed by Susan herself, stating she doesn't know Soken that well at all, at least compared to Nobu. Soken is now in charge of this, and I don't know him very well. I am guessing he prefers a different style of singing? Your guess is as good as mine. Susan went on to state that she's very hopeful that she will get to do the vocals on future songs in FF14.
Yeah, she wants that
And
money,
with
bro.
Nobuo Uematsu recently marking his return to the spotlight, this may indeed become a reality. If not for FF14, then another game in the series. Susan is still involved with elements of the FF14 community. She has community groups with Final Fantasy players and fans.
I mean, of course
and
they
also
would.
offers artist coaching. She stated to me that she may begin streaming once again later this year, as she has done in the past with performances like Answers, in celebration of FF14 Endwalker. She's also gotten involved with the creative works of many of FF14's content creators recently, including mine per her official response to my query when I reached out. She didn't have to respond at all, but I got a great response from her on this subject. But we can only look to the future, and maybe one day, Susan will mark a return to the series. And even if that never happens, she left us with the gift of 3 themes.
Sorry, I know this has nothing to do with it, but no one ever lies on a fucking piano like that. Like, that just never happens. In fact, I think you'd piss off a lot of piano owners if you just lay on the fucking piano like that.
Songs, with Answers being the one that will always be ingrained in the game of FF14, and the hearts of those that call it home. Thanks for watching, everyone. This was a very exciting video for me to make, in a genre of video types that—
Tristram, you bastard. Thanks for the deal and sub, brother. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the DJ Nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir. Far too kind. In the movies, isn't this sexy? IRL, get off my damn piano. Okay, I'm going to point this out, and then we're never going to speak of this again. This video, I feel like, is for the most hardcore of hardcore Final Fantasy 14 fans. Tristram, thanks for the first time chat, bro. Really appreciate you being here, man. Been watching a lot of your content recently. Thanks for the work. It is my absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for the support, bro. Because to me, this was 25 minutes of a nothing burger. The end result of this entire video is, who knows? The dude took 25 fucking minutes of babbling to reach the conclusion that everyone, like every single person on chat rooms everywhere have, and that is, why is Susan Calloway no longer singing for Final Fantasy? Exactly, bro. Here's a 25-minute video that states exactly that. 5 minutes? It could have been a YouTube short, bro. Like, I could have done this entire video, and I respect the effort that he put into it. I'm not trying to call the guy out in any way, shape, or form, but at least if you're gonna put out a video like this, you know, where you're deep diving and you're sort of trying to find evidence, then make the video when you've actually uncovered something. So when you have a spicy tweet or you have a spicy bit of information that suggests, you know, that foul play is at work here or some shit like that. But this was effectively a video padded by a whole bunch of shit that in my opinion doesn't need to be there, to effectively say, yes. That's it. That's all the video says. It's yes. Yes, she no longer works for Final Fantasy, but it could be due to a number of reasons. Here is all the reasons that you guys have said on the forums, and I have all of those exact same reasons because, hey, you know, yeah, I this was not a good video. I'm sorry, but just no, this was not a good video to react to. Because I didn't learn anything. I still don't fucking know. If someone asked me, hey, bro, why is Susan Calloway no longer singing for Final Fantasy? I would have to say, I don't know. I watched the 25-minute video on it. I still don't know why she doesn't sing for Final Fantasy. Maybe you know. Maybe you can go watch the video and fucking tell me what I missed. What do you mean things are getting downvoted, though? I'm looking at it now. Let's see. I mean, I'm seeing things that actually got upvoted here. Right? So here we have one that posted 31 minutes ago. Upvoted 5 times. Nice. Nice. Another one here. Upvoted 4 times. 4 times. I'm not seeing things go down. Although I will say that... Why is this restricted? I'll play the game when I'm fucking ready. Not sure if Ackland has seen it yet, but he really needs to. You should check out that Slytherin video. It's 1 minute. Wild Boy suggested on the Reddit page. It is as simple as that, bro. You suggest it on the Reddit page. People vote for it. If it gets high enough votes, I watch it. I'm pushing the fucking Reddit bastards because you all need to be on it. It's going to be amazing. You guys are going to love Reddit. I'm going to make Redditors out of the lot of you. You're going to love it. It's a good place to be. Check out Soken and fan reactions when they let us know he has cancer. I sound on the Reddit, brother. On the fucking Reddit. That's where you need to be. If it's on the Reddit and people upvoted enough, it goes to the top. This one got uploaded 32 minutes ago, and it's got 5 upvotes already. So, as the rules suggest, we watch it.
For weeks they have held out, and their numbers dwindled. Now he is all alone, but he still talks.
There is no greater honor than to die in the name of the Emperor,
he says to everyone within earshot. Together there, in the mud and the blood. Some on crates, some propped up on lances. Some are helped to stand by a combat shovel driven into the trench wall under each arm, or bayoneted in place. Las fire hits home, and they make not even a single sound. Just the one noisy guardsman. He taunts his enemies to come over across no man's land, to come into his trench and to test their metal against his, throwing the last of their grenades as he shoots his rifle dry. They know he's out. There's nothing left. It's just him and his bloody shovels now, and they will be easy to take. He hears them. More now. They're coming. Some stay on the edge of the lines and shoot his fellow Kriegsmen, while the rest jump down, firing, swinging, clubbing, stabbing, and tearing. Torn limb from limb, they do not make a sound. The frenzy slows, and then stops. The gas masks are pulled from the deathcore heads to reveal grey, lifeless faces. They are all dead. A grim life-size diorama of stapled corpses and strung-up cadavers in uniform. Then, laughter, like a practical joker who can barely contain himself.
They have us surrounded!
Emerging from a pile of crates like a boy playing hide-and-seek in a fort he has built all by himself as he sits on top of them. Aghast at this shell-shocked fool, they watch in barely contained fury at the audacity of this masked clown. His dead friends would smile if they could, already sat on their crates to see their foes face to face.
There is no greater honor than to die in the name of the Emperor,
he proclaims.
Except when you get to do it twice!
His gleeful joy is lost in the punchline of his joke, as every single crate in the trench simultaneously explodes.
What the? Wait, so they suicide themselves if they lose? Huh. Yeah, what do you mean, yay, Imperium? Grofile, you know what? You Tau boys, you Tau fucking soy boys need to shut the fuck up, bro. The only reason you guys exist is because we let you exist. If we were to show up in your system, we would fucking destroy you, you weeby little cunts. So stop poking fun or judging the Imperium. Like, for the love of God, bro, just chill out, right? Just fucking chill out. You know, they lose more to the other factions. The Kriegsmen are fanatics. Kriegsmen will die for a centimeter of ground to be gained. Kamikaze is the only true sign of faith. So fucking true. Douglas Crusade. It is we, right? I would be part of the Imperium. If I lived in the 40k universe, I'd 100% be part of the Imperium. I don't make the YouTube video, pop a preview. What do you mean? If you go, so in order to suggest a video, click on link here. You literally just write the title and URL, and it's GG. You can add a collection if you want. So we have a collection here, Twitch reactions on the page. If you, I don't know if you guys can add it to collections, but you're welcome to if you can. How do you mean it's just a naked link? It should pop up as a video on the main page. If you did it through link. Like the only time it does, so for example, so Orsman here, he did a post, right? Because he actually wrote something and then gave the video. That should, like, that's gonna not show a preview. But if you do it through the link option, that will give a preview. Made me use Playbit for the first time. Trending. Hey, Reddit is good, bro. Reddit is whatever the fuck you make of it. Like, Reddit can be such a good place to be. It can suck too. It really depends on what you want from it. But there's nothing that you can't find on Reddit. Whenever I need help with PC stuff or game stuff or technical stuff or anything, I always go to YouTube or Google, and then I type the problem that I have, and right after that I say Reddit. Because Reddit fucking helps you solve every problem. It's just such a cool fucking place. So you know, humans have better lives, but the better lives with the Tau. Why? To be fair, the Tau did take on 3 chapters at once. Yeah, but it was only 3 chapters. We have many more chapters, bro. It like that 3 chapters, that's like warm-up stuff for us. That's not even a real fucking war yet. That's just sort of, you know, what ifs. The literal motto of the Death Corps of Krieg is in life war, in death peace, in life shame, in death atonement. Yeah, okay, so they truly do believe in death at all costs. So wait, are you guys saying pound for pound? Are you saying that pound for pound the Tau is stronger than the Imperium? Okay, I just want to make sure that you guys aren't saying pound for pound the Tau is more superior. All right, so here we have an animation of the Siege of Rax. All right, let's fucking check this out. I'm quite interested in the Siege of Rax now. This is actually really well done, but of course you need a naked lady. This dude can't fucking wait for the war. Okay, this was really fucking cool. I mean, it's not so much so Wild Boy, obviously it's the tech, but it's also probably the way in which they wage war that makes them incredibly fucking good at it. It says that Vrax is dead because of Guild Wars 2 Ligma. Wait, so he wasn't allowed to keep making this because of Games Workshop? Are you serious? So Games Workshop fucking shut him down because why? I don't understand why they would shut this down. Those were Chaos Knights. Those were the Alpha Legion, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see, indeed. Dude, why do players actually still support Games Workshop? Like, do you guys not get fucking annoyed at Games Workshop and their bullshit? The fact that they will just not allow anyone to make anything without them getting their pound of flesh. So for Warhammer Plus, a streaming platform. See, I don't understand it because all the evidence we have shows that things like YouTube create hype that expand influence and that brings more people to your universe. The evidence to me would suggest that being more lenient with your rules and allowing more people access to do things like this will just automatically bring more people in. I think it's an incredibly good short-term strategy because in the short term you get to win everything, right? In the long term, however, it will start putting fans off because slowly but surely fans will eventually turn their back on the universe as they realize that, you know, the company is just being more and more scumbag. So I don't know if in the long term it's going to be a win. Long story short, the Games Workshop has made some changes to how people but what to be the first in line when it comes to giving credit. Hence why they basically, and this is the rumor that the Astartes guy either got an offer to join Games Workshop or his videos be taken down. I heard about that, actually. They overhired creators and left some good ones out, like Sodas, because Games Workshop is an old-ass company who don't think that far ahead. Caleb Knight, I would argue that most of our older companies actually had the ability to think ahead, to think of the future. It's more modern-day companies that couldn't give two fucks about thinking ahead. They just want to make the bag now. You know, get that bag, make it quick, and then we're done. Hopefully they are getting better, because it is bullshit to me that you make something like this. It is absolutely incredible. And there's so many even non-Warhammer players or people that know anything about this that would look at this and fucking want to get into it just because of how cool it is. But you decide, no, we do not allow this. You will sign up with us, you'll join us, or we'll fucking nuke you. Chatbird, I have not yet. I do apologize. I completely fucking forgot. I will put that on my list of stuff to do as soon as possible. So I do apologize for that, bro. I genuinely told you I will do it and then just completely fucking forgot. So yeah, I do apologize. Take that as you will. What? That it's getting better? Wait. It was said what? Sorry, I admit I don't really understand copyright laws, but when Games Workshop started coming down on YouTube creators, it was said that if they didn't do that, they would lose their rights to their product. I don't know. So there is a partial truth to that. Partial truth being, if you allow people to act with your if you allow people to use your product just as a, whatever, people can make the case that, hey, you can't enforce copyright because you have never done it in the past, and so this have now become sort of the legal precedent, as it were. But that's not, dude, that is such a fringe case, in my understanding. Now, I'm no fucking expert on copyright law. I know enough about copyright law to help me not get copyrighted on YouTube and stuff like that. So I've read a little bit about it. If you just allow people to make fan-made videos of your game, I don't think you're gonna, it's not gonna be like suddenly tomorrow someone starts making a video game in the Warhammer universe and now you can't fucking enforce IP rights or copyright because, you allowed some fan to make a fan-made video. That's never going to stand. The courts will absolutely shut that down and be like, no. Making a video game that you are selling is not the same as making a video that you're putting on the fucking internet for free. That's not the same thing, right? Movie companies stealing ideas? Yeah, but a big move, again, because take World of Warcraft, for example. I am well within my right to make videos about World of Warcraft, to use footage about World of Warcraft, to use the music in World of Warcraft. The only thing I am not allowed to do is do those things and also charge for those videos. So say I put out videos and I made those videos exclusively behind paywalls, so you had to pay in order to see them. Blizzard would probably step in and they'd be like, whoa. You're not allowed to charge for this. Like, what the fuck? If you wanted to put it out on YouTube, that's free of charge. That's fine. We're not going to interfere because you are giving us free advertisements. But you're not putting these videos up there, and you're completely hiding it. People need to pay you in order to see this. That's not on. So there is, even if a game company came and said, hey, we're going to stop making games in the Warhammer universe because everyone else is making YouTube videos on it, a judge would just be like, no, that's not the same. Like, what the fuck are you saying? That's not the same thing. Chaka, how you doing, bro? Yeah, I guess if you got, like, an artist and you paid the artist to make WoW hentai, you could charge for that, sure. Because it's just WoW inspired, right? It's not as if it is WoW. Where's the other fan-made project? Is it this one, or is it... Where's the other one? The Tau Babes? Yeah, he does a few, actually. In one of the other videos we just watched, he basically has a picture that looks like the Sisters of Silence. Kind of looks like that. We already watched this, so I'll hit an approve on that one. That was good. This one was fucking brilliant as well. Death of Hope. It has his Vrax battle animation. If you search for new, it's underneath the just watch Vrax one. Why do people hate Ultramarines? Of course. Star Wars Ancient Sith's lore. Oh, that I actually would like to watch. I'll fucking give that an upvote. I'll give this one too. I think it's about time that Akalon got a bird's eye view of the Final Fantasy XIV lore. Easy to speculate when you're not lost in narrative. All right. I was wrong about Angron. Cool. I did it. Oh. This is the one you wanted us to watch, right? Original Planet of War Craftsmanship. Death of Hope, Anarchy Reigns, Sisters of Battle, Waifu of Battle. Oh, shit. All right. We're getting pictures of anime girls. At least it's fully clothed. I will say that. At least it's clothed. It would be weird if it wasn't. All right, so we've watched The Siege of Raxir. Is it this one? Wait, have we not? Have we watched this? Because we've seen The Siege of Rax, this one. I'm assuming it's this one, right? Alright, so this is the one we need to watch. 40k Vrax, top tier fan animation. Not sure if Akalon have seen it yet, but he really needs to. Alright, let's see. Chapter 1. In the Emperor's service, the Death Corps will pay any price. Dude, they have so many cool quotes. Like, what the fuck? Homeless dude, how you doing, bro? Here we go. You be ready. Fuck. That's so many people. Wow. Holy shit. Get out. Their planet rebelled against the Imperium at some point in its history, and instead of letting it fall to the rebels, the Loyalists set off every single nuke on the planet. As a result, the Loyalists wanted war. Will they fight Warhammer? Fuck. Here we go. Dude, that's so much effort. That's so much fucking effort. Tell me there's more. Or is this the only ones? Did he never get to make the others? He never got to make the others, did he? He never got to make the others. No. Fuck. Warhammer fans make the best Warhammer content. Games Workshop is a joke. Dude, this is insane. I'm fucking subscribing. Hopefully, maybe one day there's more. This is 6 months ago, so maybe there's more one day. You want to know more about the War of Loyalty of the Krieg and such? The book Krieg is, in my opinion, quite a good book. People are saying that Games Workshop is getting better. So, you know, maybe they are. Maybe they are realizing that it's not necessary for them to be this full of shit. Step down and give power to fans. Dude, I would agree with that. 100%. I haven't watched Archer's Creek video. No. But if you want me to react to any videos, guys, Reddit is the place to do so. So simply jump on onto Reddit, post your videos, and we'll fucking get to them, right? Also, remember to vote on the videos that you would want to see the most, right? So the videos that you see other people post there, vote on them, upvote them as much as possible. So, you know, we get to see the ones that everyone wants to watch rather than me just having to once again choose. This is the best way for me to react to content, because that way I know what you guys want me to see first and foremost, and then I know of those how many of you want to see individual videos. But it doesn't just have to be Warhammer stuff. It can be literally anything. News articles, gaming news. Even if you just want to make a fucking post about stuff, you're welcome to do that too. Have your conversations here, because, yeah, that's what makes Reddit so much fucking fun, is the fact that you get to do shit like that. It's partly because, so far, Warhammer Plus is not doing that hot. A problem of their own making. What exactly is Warhammer Plus, though? Let me just fucking check this out, because everyone keeps talking about it, but... Warhammer Plus. Yeah, fine. Explore the Warhammer universes through animations, apps, shows, and more, all exclusive to subscribers, for $6 a month. Wait, so I can pay $6 a month, or I can just watch it on YouTube. You also get a free mini, or you did. That's like half the cost of Netflix. Fuck no. It's got Agents of This, the Warhammer Hammer and Bolter, which are both extremely good. Next to that is pretty cool, I guess. There is stuff only on Warhammer Plus. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't see this doing well regardless. Unless, of course, they stop bringing out movies and series at a frantic pace. You are talking about $6 a month for how many shows? Is there anyone here that has Warhammer Plus? Quality for Hammer and Bolter is mostly trash. I can tell you they need to advertise it better. I don't know a single show on it. Seen the exit and it's really well done, but the guys who made it said that Games Workshop made them change the language from Tau to English for some fucking reason. The animation quality for Warhammer. So, yeah, unless they're gonna have crazy amounts of shows, I don't see the point of Warhammer Plus. Don't need a sub for Plus. Counting Exodites, there's like 4 original things and they're very short. For $6. For $6, you get 4 very short original pieces of content. I'm sorry, but no. If they had like a good 10 fucking half an hour to 2 hour shows, I would be subscribing to it tonight. Because for $6, you're going to keep me busy for a good 12, plus hours. I call that a good fucking deal. But for 6 hours, $6 and maybe you're going to keep me busy for an hour. No, thank you. That does not seem worth to me. Animations, painting tutorials, access to previous White Dwarf magazines. I don't know how much. Nope. Oh, Disney did that. Let's copy. Yeah, but Games Workshop needs to get their heads out of their asses. Yeah, but you don't want to hide things like this. That's, Swanky Tiger, that's my point. So, World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy. You know what? Final Fantasy is probably the best example I have of this. Final Fantasy was doing recently well, right? Or decently well. It wasn't like the biggest MMO out there, but it was a very decent, solid MMO. And then it got picked up by Asmongold, who is undoubtedly one of the biggest streamers on Twitch. When Asmongold picked up Final Fantasy, it exploded. Suddenly, all content creators were making videos on it. Even the WoW content creators were making videos on it. Some people made permanent switches to Final Fantasy, and it just got a shit ton of players that got introduced to the world and wanted to get on this world. Imagine if Final Fantasy said, actually, we don't allow anyone to make videos about our game. If you want to make videos about our game, you have to make it for Warhammer Plus, and that's going to be $6. Otherwise, we won't let you. Well, you're not going to get any new people in, right? Because no one new is going to fucking pay $6 a month for something they don't know. So this is kind of like one of those services that I don't understand the point of. Honestly, don't remember it that much. It was nice and looked fucking cool and just sort of ended. Movie would pay them back 100-fold. True. You're wrong. I'm a giant fan. I wouldn't sign up for this. This seems like a giant waste of money. Yeah, sorry about that, bro, but we're not getting involved in that shit. Warhammer Plus for investors mostly? Yeah, but what kind of investors are you getting there? I don't understand. What kind of investors would you possibly get there? Or how would investors... Because if it's not going to make money, it's not going to be for investors. Fakes en masse, paint them, then resell them. Same kind for Blizzard's prob. Yeah, but it's basically just a fucking circle jerk, right? That kind of shit is usually just a circle jerk. Okay, let's see here. Death of Hope. You guys want me to watch this as well? So, let's see. Death of Hope trailer 1. I'm assuming I have to watch from the beginning. Oh, this is another fan-made one. 100% fan-made, unofficial Warhammer Horus Heresy short film. 40k, Adeptus Astartes, Battlefleet Gothic, Black Flame, Black Library, the Black Library logo. Alright. Wait, why am I playing fucking music? Alright, can all of the kids leave? There's gonna be violence in this video, and I don't want to upset your parents. So if you're a kid, get the fuck out of here. We're watching violent shit now. Get your testosterone ready, boys. We're about to go balls deep in this bitch.
They will answer for this. These traitors know no bounds.
They were my brothers, but no longer.
Don't let this kill my baby!
You know what must actually be horrible with the Battle of Terra? These Primarchs and these Space Marines, if you're just a normal human living on Earth or Terra, these are your heroes, right? These are the people that fight for you. They're the people that keep you safe. And now suddenly, those exact same people that supposed to keep you safe is slaughtering you in the fucking street. That must be such a scary concept. Imagine if you're just chilling at home and suddenly the US Army just starts invading you. Like, your neighborhood just blows up your fucking houses and cars and all that shit. And you're just like, wait, what? What the hell? Cask, I haven't seen anything yet, but if you have resub, dude, I really appreciate that. I'll thank you as soon as it comes through. Sometimes Twitch is having a little fucking hissy fit, and it just doesn't do anything. Yeah, you had no idea. So probably when the first Chaos Angels started to come down, you thought, oh my god, the Space Marines are here. This is cool. I wonder what they're here for. You know, maybe you went out to greet them or, you know, stand in awe because the Space Marines are there. And then suddenly the Space Marines start shooting at you and you're like, wait, what the fuck? What's going on? Is the Emperor angry with us? Is the Emperor trying to kill us? What the hell?
Your fight is with me, traitor. War Dog! Come on, then, Gilliman's little curs!
Take me from my home, and I will sail to the stars of your empire. I will serve as a son must serve. But let Kulkis stand as I have shaped it, a planet of peace and prosperity.
What the fuck? His arm's gone?
Loyalist scum. Come, meet your death, cousins. Come, meet your death, cousins. Promenators. Rise.
this heresy? Easy. I like it. Thank you, Games Workshop, Black Library, and the Forge World for providing all of us with an amazing universe. Like, that's gonna save you, bro. Like, that's gonna save you. That thank you just lets them know that, hey, don't mind if I do help myself to your fucking video. The Ultramarines were told to link with the Word Bearers at the Calth for a campaign by Horus before he went public traitor. They let the traitor ships in between their own because they did not know, and the opening salvo of the heresy for them was when the Word Bearers opened fire on the Ultramarine ships from among them. Jesus. So, all of this could have been avoided if the Emperor was just fucking honest, bro. All of it.
You say you can picture it. I don't believe you. The heavens rained fire, and with it delivered to us the 13th. Warrior kings of Ultramar, slaughtering innocents. All that remains is but ash. False angels.
Wait, didn't I order Death of Hope? Isn't Death of Hope is one of the books that I ordered, isn't it? We bought the first 3 books in the Horus Rising, or the Horus Heresy series. I could have sworn that Death of Hope was among them. Which one did I buy then? Which is the first 3 then? I could have sworn I saw Death of Hope was among those, no? Or at least it was one of them. False Gods, that's the one. Galaxy and Flame. So where is Death of Hope? In what number in the series is Death of Hope? Much later. Special Agent, how you doing, bro? Welcome to the channel. Thanks for the first time chat, man.
As the seas boiled and the earth burned, my faith didn't die. It is the moment I began to believe. God was real.
Heresy?
And he hated us.
Ooh.
Amidst the system-wide warp storms, you've managed to reach us. The status of your flotilla will be sent to our tech priests. If I may ask, the damages to your flotilla, what was it you fought? They razed monarchy to the ground. Humbled our legion. We are here to return the favor.
Oh, fucking angry boy. Jesus.
Why do this?
Fucking hate gone.
God's light flickers in the darkness. The realm of the 500 shall burn. Horus is rising.
Wait. Were they actually traitors, or did they think the other people were traitors? Did Ultrasmith? So yes, they actually painted some word bearers. Oh, those were the word bearers. They were okay. No, they were definitely traitor legion. Which voices, Wild Boy? And the ones doing the killing were the word bearers, Primarch Lorgar. The opening was when the Emperor burned Monarchia. See, that was another giant mistake by the Emperor. The idea that you could burn a planet and somehow that wouldn't kill the people whose planet it was is just so short-sighted. Yeah, I oh my god, it is quite strange. Wasn't a planet, it was just the capital of the planet. Well, still, you know, it's their planet, and the capital is the capital. And they evacuated everyone from the city beforehand, I believe. Did they actually evacuate the people, or did they kill the people in there as well? Yeah, but this was to humble Lorgar. It was to get Lorgar to stop viewing him as a god and to stop preaching that this was a god, or that he was a god. And if you didn't follow the order, they shot you. All right. Okay, cool. Strathel moment. Arthas was a good guy after all. Yeah, but Arthas definitely was a good guy. It worked. Yeah, it did work. He did stop watching. Like, he did stop viewing the Emperor as a god, right? So technically it did work, yes. Which one? Which part one? This one? Is it 20 minutes of also animated stuff? Ooh, boy. Here we go, boys. Death of Hope Part 1, Anarchy Reigns. Let's see this. As Angron and Logger continue their bloody crusade across the 500 worlds, a splinter fleet of traitor legionaries travel apart from their fathers, extending their will across the stars. Their recent attack, a world named Sathas. Nearing the end of the battle, a censored ultramarine rallied loyalists to penetrate the Wordbearer's ship in an effort to halt the assault. It came at great cost and no victory. With their homeworld in flames, the remaining Ultramarines, along with a number of civilians, were taken prisoner. They now traverse through the ruin storm to the next unsuspecting world.
Gilliaman lies.
He has deluded himself into denying an inconvenient truth. He says that Ultramar no longer burns. He says that we won the war and turned back the Shadow Crusade. He says that we must forge a second empire. Gilliman is wrong. None of this is true. On the crag, he believes that order reigns. That is also wrong, the denial of another inconvenient truth. Because out on the fringes, farthest from the light, only two things are true. Anarchy reigns, and the war for Ultramar isn't over.
Fuck is that?
Surrender and your lives, and the lives of those in service to you, will be spared. Turn fire!
Fighting from shadows, behind masks.
Out of the kill box! Out! Horus Lubakan will win this war! It is written! You have renounced a birthright. It's not enough. My brothers are dead, and it is not enough.
Jesus.
Show me your own. Make swords with me, legionary. Those are the lives of the Emperor's subjects you dismiss so easily. There's no room for honor here. Only vengeance. Only justice.
Fucking chaos, bro. Wait, why is that Ultramarine just walking with them? Ah, so this is the traitor Ultramarine.
7, 8, 6, 3, stasis, 16, check.
Take priests as well.
Activate.
Huh. Verikas, how you doing, bro? We're watching The Death of Hope Part 1. Just leave the bodies there. Wait, are those guys merged with the fucking ship?
Got here quickly, Barak. You owe me about.
That is a huge fuck up with teleportation. Imagine teleporting and then suddenly you're in a wall. It's a fuck. I did not actually plan on this happening this way, but you know, guess this is a horrible death. Fuck. What are these? Space Marines without their... Is this Space Marines without their armor, or...?
How does it taste to fight a real warrior?
Still alive? What the Dude, that's a bit fucking sick.
Information regarding 7863. An event has been triggered on deck CD32. Capture him alive.
Dude, I can only assume that the traitor legions captured whoever the fuck is up there, and that's his punishment, is to just stay there forever, alive, with no fucking lips and no eyelids and shit. That's not a little bit fucked up. That's like next level fucked up. It's so crazy, man. Killerson, you're not wrong. Thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. They're praying to that thing. What the fuck? Oh shit, they captured her. Who is this? That baby is fucked.
My sweet little boy.
Mommy is here. It won't hurt you. I promise. All the bad people are gone now. You can wait, sweetie. Yes. Wake up.
I mean,
Please wait.
does she know that she's a demon already?
Wake up! You little bastard boy! Wake up!
Gallerbox. Okay, so it's called Gallerpox. No, Gallerfield really sucks, as you can see. And it happens when you enter the void without some kind of what is called a Gallerfield. Dude, that is... Phew, that is... Gallerpox. 40k, this is just regular warp mutation? Oh, okay, okay.
What is the meaning of this?
Who is this guy?
What you see before you is a lie, Highway.
Then we are nearly there.
Correct.
Have you recovered?
I breathe. It will be enough. Prepare yourself.
That guy's armor is so fucking filthy.
Modified to challenge a son of the Red Angel.
Pity. You were the mere worthy opponent.
Do your worst.
Your fight is with me, World Eater.
McGall has other plans for you. From this excuse of a warrior owes me his blood. Now move.
Let's do it for you. Honorless cowards. Do you seek more for your entertainment? A glory in death, perhaps. You sought redemption and honor by boarding this vessel. To be accepted once again by your fellow kinsmen. There is no glory for you here. You are nothing, and will continue that existence as we march your shells onto the streets of neighboring worlds. Forever a traitor in the eyes of your proud legion. You want my armor, cousin? Release me, and I will give it freely. As you wish.
Alright, we're a go.
For my brothers. For the 500 worlds.
What the fuck is that? What happened to his hands? Wow. Dude, this was fucking hell. Talk about next level effort. Like, Jesus. That is some next level effort being put into. I could easily watch a movie of an hour and a half, 2 hours of this. Just watch the whole thing play out. Technically, it's one of the fastest ways to travel the galaxy. Not very safe or predictable, though. Would they get fan projects or something? Dude, they are definitely a thing. Check his newest project. 30 minutes flew by. I mean, it was only 20 minutes. This is the first time I have watched a YouTube video about the Warhammer 40k where the video was so good that I didn't want to interrupt it. I think I paused twice, maybe. And that was to ask a question about something that I didn't understand. Sloan, take care of yourself, bro. I saw the post about what the Gallowfield is. I really appreciate it. Thanks for answering me. Spark, he has a plan for when the Emperor and his custodies reclaim Terra. While they were making part 2 of Death and Hope, Games Workshop did their purge and they stopped out of fear of getting sued. So there's no part 2? Christ. They should have done a part 2. Like, maybe they'll do a part 2 one day? Do you guys, do we hold out hope? Like, should we have a little bit of hopium for a part 2 at some point? They've moved on. So what? They no longer do Warhammer stuff. No, they still do Warhammer stuff. Just not buy this and make a series for their streaming service. Actually, saw that they uploaded a part 2 closure video. An evil company who enforced their IP with malice. Check out his Project Spark. I see these, but I don't know exactly what they are. Oh, here we go. There's the official Death of Hope Part 2 closure. Alright. I tell you guys what. We'll watch the official Death of Hope Part 2. Not tomorrow. Day after tomorrow. When am I streaming again? I think it's day after tomorrow. I'm almost out of time. This is why I'm stopping the stream. My power's going out soon. So I kind of don't have a choice. Load shedding is back. But when am I streaming again? Let's see. Tomorrow is YouTube video day. So sadly, you know, gotta fucking do gotta do the YouTube streaming, the YouTube video stuff. And then on Thursday and Friday we're back with Twitch. So I'll be back on Thursday. That's when we'll watch part like the closure video on this. And then I think this Friday we should watch that Howl. What's it called? It's like a 2.5 hour video that you guys have wanted me to watch for a long time now. What's it called? Howl something. I think we'll watch that on Friday. Wait, what is this? Hopefully you should jump into Reddit if you want to suggest stuff, but let's check this out. What is this? Project Agri. Agri Doggy. I don't know why he's spelling it like that.
For thousands of years, the people of this world have suffered for the sins of the past. They left us monuments of their making, mocking us of our own potential, and the encouragement for us to foolishly rebuild the cycle of destruction. For a time, we endured these temptations of knowledge and looked to the heavens for peace. We have converted those who would wish us harm, and silenced those who would not accept the faith. Through me, he may guide my mind to become a beacon, shining out to all humanity who are lost, wandering in darkness, worshipping false faith that promise much, but from which there is no salvation. And that beacon shall draw them to me, to truth. There is only the one faith. After decades of walking across the scarred wastes of the earth, our people settled near the ancient mountain of Agri-Dagi. For a time we knew peace. Peace in a world that elsewhere knew none. But under our truth, they came to know hope. It was not to last. On one fateful day, we faced a foe like no other. Giants clad in iron and leather appear over the horizon, wielding towering blades that pierced the sky. This was foretold. The coming of the Star Walker, child of the falling sun, cast down from the heavens and turned against him to claim the souls of his people. From a distance, he was bright, beautiful, seeming to be a welcoming glimmer of hope and life amid a sea of death. It was a slaughter. Nothing within my power could face such strength. His warriors, twice as tall as an average man, walked across our home with ease, taking the punishment of our weapons like sand cast upon stone. All was lost. I alone remained strong, gifted by his might to enact his will between his fall and his rise. The days we walked in the darkness, facing horrors birthed over decades of degeneration. The remaining number and I fled to the catacombs of the razed cities. I alone must live to carry out his message. I shall not fall.
What am I, like, what was that about? Apocalypse, how you doing, bro? What exactly was that about? Was that the Emperor sending his custodians to kill the Storm Legions? Because they said something about warriors dressed in leather. The custodians aren't dressed in leather. Apocalypse, how you doing, bro? The Thunder of Unity. That the Emperor led his custodians to reclaim Terra. Ah, so it's actually going way back, like to the first things. Huh. All right. I mean, I'm not gonna say no. I'm not gonna say no. Hopefully that comes soon, because that would be fucking sick. All right, I'm on board with this. Dude, the fan made fucking short films and films in Warhammer just hits very different. It's actually quite astounding to me. I read your warnings, Stolly, but I'm not really one of those people that care about shit like that. I can watch the movie and then read the book afterwards, and it would not bother me. It would be the same for me. Plus, I don't get to control this. You guys suggest videos for me to watch on Reddit, and we watch the videos, right? It's as simple as that. So get fucking to it, because we've already done a shit ton of content. Just today, you guys have fucking suggested so many videos, so I really thank you for that. Those of you that aren't on the Reddit already, you should really jump onto it soon. Because there's already a crazy amount of fucking content in here. So, yeah, I really appreciate that. All right, guys, I'm going to have to go because, well, load shedding, it's lovely. I love it. I'm a happy guy, lucky guy, me. Gonna post how rich on your Reddit. Try it and go for it, bro. If enough people upvote it, I'll absolutely react to it. I really appreciate all of you coming out, hanging out with me today. Remember, tomorrow is YouTube Day, so I'm not going to be live tomorrow, but I'm going to be live on Thursday and Friday. So we'll be back on Friday. Yeah, we're going to bang. Don't worry about that, Gilgamesh. We're going to be banging. I think Thursday's going to bang. Friday's definitely going to bang if we do Hell Reach. If not, it's still probably going to bang regardless, right? Are we rating Scribe today? Oh, Lily. Who the fuck's Lily? What? Which Lily are you talking about? I don't know which Lily you're referring to. I don't even know who the fuck Lily is. Just a joke. I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my penis. Ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you so much for spending your morning, your afternoon, your evening with me. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. I'm not going to be raiding anyone today because, well, I don't really know who the fuck's online. Plus, I think you guys know who the fuck you want to watch better than I do. So, you know, go do your thing. I'll be back on Thursday. If I am live tomorrow, it will basically be after I've done all of the edits and stuff like that. So you can still keep an eye on Discord. Because if I have time after I've done all my videos and crap, I will absolutely go live. But then those days will usually be more just playing games or some shit like that. It won't be like solid reacting stuff or anything like that. I really appreciate you all. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. DJs, I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out, fam.